Welcome to the Lost Caravan RPG.
A haven for the lost, the worn, and the wandering.
Whether you only need a place to rest your soul,
or looking for a brand new journey, we welcome you.
You are safe within our ranks, surrounded by the friends you have yet to meet.
Some of you may be new, eager to take your first steps in the shoes of a hero.
Others are veterans of a war fought through generations.
Having played dozens of characters
and rolled hundreds of dice.
Either way, we can promise you will find moments of adventure and heartbreak,
as well as moments of tears and laughter.
Countless noble tales have been spun around our campfire,
such as Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, Lancer, and Locust.
We travel anywhere and everywhere,
exploring towering castles, desolate space stations, and haunted mansions.
We have a few rules if you decide to stay.
Treat each other with love, kindness, and acceptance.
We never judge on appearance, only on richness of character.
For as long as you ride with the caravan, you will never walk alone.
We work together to forge a better world for us, and for every traveler after we're gone.
So, take a seat, grab a drink, and listen to our tales.
When you're ready, we'll help you tell a tale of your own.
And welcome. Still friggin' love her so much. We are the Lost Caravan RPG. We do one-shots, we do mini-campaigns, we do long-running campaigns. If it's TTRPG, pretty much do it all. We are going back to my roots in particular, I can't speak for everyone, and playing some Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. Very first tabletop game that I ever played. The second, of course, being first edition Pathfinder, but we don't talk about the dark days. Anyways, hi, welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and supporting everything we do, because you make this all possible. I can love you for it. I do have just the briefest of announcements because we are approaching the end of the month. On Saturday, have a very early, regularly scheduled stream of Pathfinder 2nd Edition with the Lost Caravan crew, a group that really started all this. On Sunday, we have not one but two games of Lancer, like giant robots and explosions and romance in half the games, and bloodthirsty murdering of pirates in the other game. Come check us out. First one is fairly early in the morning, and then we stream up until late afternoon. So we'll be around pretty much all day. The casting call for next month is out. So if you like what we do and want to roll some dice with us in the future, very near future, you can find the link to our Discord down below, where we post all of our casting calls and our schedules. It's also where we post cat pictures, and where we just generally hang out and nerds. Any of that sounds appealing, please do come hang out. We love having new people. Even if you don't really know how to play very many tabletops, we absolutely love teaching people how to play. I think I've learned probably 20 different games just since we started streaming in December, which is crazy. Other than that, you will notice that the token art we have for our characters today was made through HeroForge.com, a fantastic website where you can make hyper-customized miniature models and make them from medieval, like fantasy era, modern day, futuristic, post-apocalyptic, all of that great stuff. They're on the website, and they're adding new stuff all the time. They added action poses, they added runes that you can throw into weapons and armor, they added banners, and I believe they added a bunch of like rusted out post-apocalyptic gear, which is all very cool. Ooh, and they added like Frogger, like skins and outfits and characters. Old, decrepit skeletons. Anyways, it's all very cool. You can link there in chat to go check it out. and also support us in the process. And we heckin' love you. I think that's pretty much it for announcements. If not, one of my lovely mods will yell at me as they tend to. But until then, why don't I pass over to my lovely cast here tonight, give them a chance to introduce themselves, and then we can start kicking them. Fun, not smart. And we'll start right below me with Kyle.
Hey everybody, I'm Kyle, also known as Shadowhawk, hereabouts on the interwebs. I can be found here most often in one-shots as well as on Sundays in Lancer games, but we'll get to that later. Tonight I am playing Declan Shaw of the Kana Shaws. So that would be Declan Shaw Kana. But that is, yeah, that's me.
Alright, and swinging around over to Turk.
Hey everybody, sorry, button's messing me up. I've been at this all week. I should be an expert at this by now, but I'm just tired. But more importantly, I am Turk, or Turk Extended on Twitch and Twitter, and tonight I will be playing Timothy, your bugbear best friend.
And then moving up to Steve.
Hi, I'm Steve, or Steve, and I will be playing Alaric Blackwood, a Fearbolg Hexblade Warlock. Actually, very excited to play him. He's been rattling around my brain for quite a while. In fact, he was, ironically, inspired by a different character, a friend of mine's character, who was also playing in a pirate-themed game, so works out perfectly.
Was it the Weave the Tail game?
Yeah, like way back in the day.
Oh, interesting. Alright. And then, of course, joining us for the first time on the stream, love having new people, River. Welcome.
Hi, I'm River. I'm most commonly found on Twitter at Dreams Rebel. I'm playing Henry Floyd, your probably not favorite human gunslinger.
We love all of our privateers, vagabonds. I don't know what this party likes to be called.
Local crew of misfits.
Yeah, misfits. There we go. We'll stick with that. All right.
I mean, honestly, darling, I was already called a rogue.
That's fair. That is absolutely true.
Correct term is rake. Rake.
I don't think you're handsome enough to be a rake.
Really?
Really?
Henry. Well, I am the most
what
dashing.
happened last night. I was drunk.
Well.
Already some backstory there between those two.
Does it count as dashing? It's because you was always running away.
Well, how else am I supposed to get my locks to fly?
Well, those are all the barmaids.
Alright. So, I'm going to kick us off with a little bit of backstory. Then, dive on into it. Let's throw. The life of a privateer is far from glamorous at most times, as each expedition has as much potential for horror as it does for glory. Now, our band of heroes, I should say, have stumbled upon a mostly undiscovered chain of islands, what they believe to be only to quickly realize they're not the only ones here. A strange faction of mercenaries hunting for them. Though that might be, they have no idea. Whatever this is, must be important and valuable. Perhaps this could be just the opportunity that you're waiting for. Unfortunately, band of mercenaries seems to outnumber your crew at least 10 to 1. Also, time does not appear to be on your side. The longer it takes you to formulate a plan, the longer they have to scour the island for whatever it is. Must all act quickly, or risk walking away from this island empty-handed. You must also act with caution, or risk not walking away at all. Now, that in mind, what would you like?
Not going to lie, I wish I had a pit.
A what?
A pit! You know, something to put people in. Pit.
I mean, yeah, we don't have time to, there's not like enough trees to, scrap the lens and stick at the bottom. I mean, what's the point of having a pit if you're not gonna throw them on spikes? Are we, question about geography, are we landed on the island, or are we, like, a couple meters out, or...
I believe that 100% up to your planning. You would definitely have seen their ship from enough of a distance that you were, at the moment, undetected. If you would like to swoop in and make landfall, you are welcome to do so.
Okay.
I believe that would be wise.
It'd certainly be a start. But, good. Your next question is we're gonna be destined to be trailing behind them, so not like any of us happen to know enough of a shortcut to possibly get there faster.
It should be an uncharted island.
I can teleport, but I doubt that will be of much assistance here.
Yeah, you probably need to know where you're going.
Exactly.
We saw their ship. Did it look like they'd left anybody aboard?
Absolutely. There are well over a dozen crew members left aboard their man-o-war.
So sawing a hole in the bottom and sinking them would be a bad idea.
That's a bit of a task.
Yeah, we don't have long enough drills. Man, I was thick. With 5 C's.
I was thinking more
And a K.
Well, somewhere there.
More of a wood sort of situation. But then none of us would have to be able to breathe underwater.
And then you'd also have to... I'm not going to get into the wood saws. Anyway. Once I would try, if I could, hit ground fast. Run as far as we can. See if we can find anyone important looking on land. And then we grab them by the head and squeeze it till the brains come out. See what information we could pick up afterwards.
Are you okay?
I'm great.
Darling, I think you mean to get the information out of the head first, then the brains.
Yeah, people tend to frown upon squishing them for information. You kill them and cut off the circulation before you get any of your single word out. They can't even get a please out or sorry and I don't really know. Any of us know last rites? Is that? No? All right.
I know last rites. It's this one.
That's a little concerning. Let's just try and make landfall.
Did that also first rites?
Oh, no, the first right's this one.
Yes. We really need to work on that, Timothy. We need to work on that.
They're both right. But
in every ounce of fairness, I think part of your idea is a good one, to track down, if not the leader of the other expedition, someone higher up who may know something that we do not.
Either picking the high ground and picking them off one by one.
That would also make sense.
I mean, if they don't know they're there, they could pretend that we're, a crew of thousands. What do they know?
I mean, depending, I could slow them down.
What, with molasses?
No! No! I have a very fancy deck of cards. I know a few tricks.
That's... You also have had a few tricks. Look,
And turned a few. That's neither here nor there.
Why does his sexual history have to impact his tactical brilliance?
Exactly. Thank you.
I think we should start with like the base assumption, which is we make landfall.
Yes.
From there, we can figure things out. Yeah?
Exactly.
Perfect. Cool.
So to the longboat? To the
Works for me.
longboat.
You do have 4 other crew members able to at least keep your comparably small vessel off the island, hopefully out of sight. If you would like to.
I don't suppose any of you fancy wizard types can shoot pyrotechnic in the air in case we need to pick up.
Yes.
Just in case. In our
Good.
back pocket.
Good. We'll do that, and I'll say to the other 4, if you fly off, I'm gonna take your noses.
I think he means it literally too.
Your dwarven companion, Vondo, just absolutely let out a belly chuckle. Oh. Know damn well that he's telling the truth. Don't worry, we'll be around.
He's good people. It's just why he's still got a nose.
He snaps his nose at you.
Seriously, are you suffering from syphilis and need a new one?
No. I just think it's the easiest thing to break that won't kill somebody.
I thought it'd be a toe. Or like a finger.
You think so? There's a lot of blood in there.
Just a good
Yeah,
that
don't-
gets you on a list.
Just moves and pats you on. Just don't think about it too much. It's okay.
The rest of them would bring the longboats over the edge of the water. They of course have your weapons, your armor, any gear that you might need. They have it at the ready for you to load up. Is anybody in anything but either light armor or unarmored?
Alaric is in medium armor.
Light armor.
Light.
Declan also light, I'm guessing?
Also light.
Perfect. No heavy armor here. So I don't even have to worry about it.
Please don't sink us, yes.
Not much.
I will also say Alaric is a furbolg, so he is also of a larger stature.
Oh, good.
Big boy.
Big
boy.
Big lads.
Certainly a large lad.
Is there anyone here that does not have the ability to magic?
I have no magic.
Whether it's
I am.
innate, or spell slots.
I have no magic. I am a human gunslinger. I have no magic.
You have
Okay.
one spell, and it is gun.
Yeah, I have one spell, and it is gunpowder.
A dragon once had a nice conversation with me, but beyond that, I can't really do anything.
Fair enough.
So much.
Also, I just noticed, or our Discord server just noticed, that we officially hit the 100th member of our server. So,
Wahoo!
Looney Shaz, if you are here watching the stream now, thank you so very much. You are a wonderful person. We are happy. Also, everyone else, come join our server. It's full of amazing people. Aren't you there yet? Anyways, as you all are lowered down to the water, you're one of other crew, a centaur male by the name of Dotheg, just shouts down, bring me some fruit or something back from the island. Right.
If there is any, and it isn't poisonous, and it won't immediately kill you for consuming it, we'll do.
I'm good with the poisonous. That's fine.
I think it's the double stomachs.
Well, if it's magically poisoned, then we can't do anything about it, can we?
Not particularly.
Appreciate it.
Or diseased. I'd hate it to be diseased.
That might be. They lower you down to the water. Which one of you, or which two of you, I guess, could, if you would like to row you?
That's certainly not me. I steer.
You do.
Alaric has 14 strength. He can certainly do some paddling.
Athletics check, please.
Lovely.
Oh, I was muted. I could also help with rowing. I'm big and strong.
Good. Both roll, or one of you with advantage?
I can keep looking out.
What do you want to do?
Sorry, what?
We can both roll, or one of us could roll with advantage.
What's your athletics modifier?
I'm a big, strong boy.
How strong a boy are you?
You said 14 strength?
He's a big, strong bugbear. He's big, strong.
I got plus 7.
Well, you
I got plus 7.
Okay, yeah. You with advantage then.
Oh, gosh, dang it. Alright, maybe that was the wrong move. 13.
It's gonna take you a minute, but you are definitely a big, strong boy. And are more than capable of getting this privateering party to shore. Henry and Declan, if you would like to perception checks, are more than welcome to. It's to D&D rolls again. Pathfinder. Alright, that's a 31.
Yeah.
Oh, nearly a miss. Yeah.
It helped finding it.
Nope, I just gotta make sure I'm rolling the right thing. It's a 23.
Yeah, there we go. Declan, you are indeed helping to steer.
I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
I am good at steering.
I
never said I was good at looking at things.
Right.
Well, that's neither here nor there, darling.
Yo.
As you are approaching the island, sun nearly directly above you. Around, there is a bit of an odd sheen, almost like a semi-mirrored surface in between you and the island. Most eyes would not be quite as trained or diligent enough to pick it. You catch just a very faint waving.
The ocean's doing weirder things than it usually does.
That doesn't particularly narrow it down much.
Okay, look.
Merman.
The ocean looks like the ocean, and this looks like the ocean, but wrong. Is it big enough to go around?
No, it's like the island is surrounded in a bubble.
Okay. Well, who wants to do a little bit of fun experimentation?
Like you do with Declan.
No.
No, that's just drinking on Tuesday.
Can I borrow an oar real quick?
Sure. And I'll offer one of the oars.
Henry's gonna pick it up and sort of stick the end of it through the bubble first. Just sort of see what's going on.
Henry is holding out the oar and just waving it out in front of the boat. What's happening?
Okay.
It's not the first time Henry has waggled wood at something and not gotten a response.
Eat shit and die.
No.
Here, take this. The island's in a bubble. The island is in a bubble, which means there's weird, fucky magic shit afoot.
It wouldn't be our first time dealing with that, now would it?
It wouldn't. But it's nice to have a warning, you think? I feel like having that information is better than not having it. That way, when weird fucky magic shit happens when we're on land, we know why it's happening. Or at least we have a theory as to why it's happening.
It is nice. Could I have my oar back now?
Yeah, here.
Thank you. Not
It could also explain why the islands aren't charted. If they haven't, like, hooked up before. Maybe they're, like, out of sync.
That could be all the more reason to apprehend one of the opposing explorers. See if they know anything about the nature of this place.
Look, knowing our luck, they're the army, and this is some secret base, and we've stumbled into some wild experimentation.
At least the trip to the Gallows Inn would be short.
No, there will be trip to the gallows. We at least might be, at bare minimum, experimented on. Which could be
technically the trip to the gallows is usually very long, but once you're there, it's a very short drop.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how much they want to talk to you and whether or not they've got a tree tall enough.
That may take some time for some of us.
I believe you said that you were just rowing.
Yeah, what if instead of thinking of the ways we could die, we thought of some positives? What are you gonna do with the treasure we find on this island?
Timothy, would you roll D100 for me?
Okay.
Let's think of the positives. Roll a D100.
61.
Kind
Dang.
of hoping for 100. That's it. Is it evil?
Please don't be a wild magic table. Please don't be a wild magic table.
I know what you're talking about. Those of you that have dark vision, the moment that your ship crosses over that bubble-like threshold, the sun becomes so bright that you have to physically shade your eyes to even see anything. Those of you that don't have dark vision find that your eyesight suddenly gets much better.
No.
That's certainly a good change of pace for once.
Well, I almost don't need these. But we're gonna keep them on.
The next minute, you all have dark vision.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Poor Timothy.
Wish I'd brought something else besides my eyes.
Do you want a hat?
No, I've got one of those. Big floppy hat comes out.
Why were you keeping that? Never mind, I don't want to know.
I think you all know.
Rucksack.
He's
We all have
magic.
them.
Yes. In a rucksack.
My dear friend, we need to look about your delayed reveals. Anyway, so
Your 23 head
Part of my mystique.
would see kind of the direction that you're headed towards the beach. There are individuals. They seem to be just drinking and laughing, not paying too much attention around it.
is there like a boulder between us and them that we can like steer towards?
The map that you're looking at right now, or the screen that you're looking at, is very indicative of terrain. There are natural croppings, there's natural rocks, so you could certainly just kind of scoot around out of sight. By no means have to take a direct approach to.
Yeah. Should we try that?
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Timothy and Alaric? Alaric. Would the two of you make stealth checks since you are the propulsion for the vessel?
Lovely.
Delve.
So with which is at disadvantage because he is in scale mail. That's actually still pretty good.
Yeah.
20.
Absolutely.
Bugbears is the sneakiest there is. It's actually true. I do a feature.
Absolutely. No problem. Quietly letting the sound of your oars, letting the flow of the water do much of the work, gradually pulling you closer to the shore. Until you reach the point where the bottom of the boat is barely scraping along the sandbar edge of. How far or close would you like to be? Small band of individuals that merrily celebrate.
How many of them are there?
You rolled crazy high for your perception. And
I rolled something like a 23, yeah.
So 4 of them.
4 of them, okay. So, do we want to just pick them off, walk around them? They don't seem to have noticed us yet, which is a benefit.
As much as I love diving headfirst into the thick of battle, it would likely be better if we saved our strength for perhaps some of the higher-ups we are likely to encounter.
Yes.
So,
But the bottom feeders tend to know more.
no, they tend to know less, and I also think they're drunk, and I don't
No.
hear drunkards this morning.
No. See, the bottom feeders don't get told things directly, but it all filters down.
Yeah, which means they've got third to fourth hand rumors, at best. At worst, they're so drunk they barely remember their own names.
Oh, all right.
Odds are they've been drinking since they landed because they don't expect anybody else to show up. If we best, maybe we can try eavesdropping.
Perhaps those of us without scale mail would be better suited to that.
How's your eavesdropping skills, my friend?
Oh, your friend.
That depends on if I pulled this patch off or not. This patch definitely has eaves.
Okay, sure. Is there, like, enough of a rock nearby that I could, like, skate behind and just sort of stand just in earshot?
Absolutely.
Just stay here. Let me see if I can hear anything.
Check.
I can try to do one of those. RIP my character with 15 strength, or plus 15 to thing, but having a 13th level rogue is great, y'all. I think that's stealth. Oh, it's just not gonna let me move the thing so that I can roll. Sorry, y'all. This thing does just not like me.
What are you trying to do?
Hang on. I think I got it. Not great. But not atrocious.
Okay.
Could be a hell of a lot worse.
I just had to scroll back up through chat first. I know I heard rumor of Dylan Pope. Don't see that one was just yet. I'm going to give them disadvantage on their perception checks because they have been. That didn't disadvantage, but the first one's a 3. Nope. It's absolutely not going to be an 8. Or sneaking might not be most skillful that you've ever seen. Plenty enough. Get within conversation hearing range. Hear some very off-key singing. A lot of chatter about once they get off here and get back to port. A lot of discussing whether or not the captain and first mate, a couple, they're romantically involved. And then you'd hear some chatter on whether or not they think they're actually going to find any. Captain's nightmares have been a product of imagination. Is something magical you can find.
Henry will sort of listen to that and go, all right. And he's going to wander back over to the group and he's like, so, do you want the good, the weird, or the bad?
Yes.
All right. Good news is that they are here with the other group. Weird news is that they think the captain and the first mate might be dating, which could be very funny if useful for future endeavors. Bad news is that the captain was led here by nightmares, and they don't actually know if there's anything here.
Well, that's less than a stellar omen.
I mean, nothing about this is a great omen. This is an island inside of a magical bubble that has somehow made my eyesight better. If anything, it's all kind of weird.
Agreed.
Well,
Although, honestly, if the captain and the first mate are dating, that could be very interesting.
yes, especially if we need to take hostages.
No, you don't do that, because if they are dating, hell hath no fury like a lover wronged. And if they aren't dating, but are about to date, hell hath no fury like a pining lover wronged. And if they aren't dating, then you're just not going to get anything, which sucks. All in all, it's not great in our favor. If anything, what we should do is we should throw him, and Henry's going to gesture to the bard, throw him in the middle and offer him as a sacrifice, offer him as prostitute.
In the middle of the ocean, in a deserted island, until recently, in the middle of a bubble.
Listen, if the captain and the first mate are looking for a third, he's our best shot. I mean, I would, but I don't have the charisma to carry it off, really.
You're not wrong, but I don't think that plan would pan out all that well.
What if we just stole their treasure and went on our way and they could go fuck themselves?
There has to be treasure first. Anyway, we're wasting daylight. We should probably get moving.
Oh, I mean, I could break out a shipping shaw if you really want to get into it.
A what?
It's where you mark all the members of their crew and if they could be dating or not. I did it for all of us.
Did you?
You're all my friends.
That's
dating
nice.
everyone.
Well,
No.
that is a positive at the very least. But I agree. I doubt we would be able to get much more information out of these louts, so...
Onwards and upwards? Usually those things are at the tops of places, right?
Yes, so... let us, see what we can find. Perhaps we will happen upon the treasure ourselves first.
If we're lucky.
If we're lucky, and if we're not, we wait for them to make a hullabaloo about the treasure, and then we kill all of them and take that treasure.
Oh, we wait for the inevitable double cross. That's what we do.
Yeah, exactly.
And I hope I draw out the right card.
Don't we all?
So, what would you
is the game plan just to sort of head to the base of like the really big mountain?
Try and see if there's any trail going from their camp and follow it.
Also smart.
I have something that'll help.
You do?
What would that be?
Yes, I do. Reaches into the robe, pulls off a patch, throws it on the ground, and it becomes a dog.
Ah. Tracking hound. Excellent.
It's a big puppy, and I love him. I'm naming him Gerald.
All right. He doesn't have a name.
I'm naming him Gerald. His name's Gerald now.
Well, there you go. He has a name.
This is a mastiff.
That's good. Yes.
It's only medium size.
Yes, your patch would immediately explode outwards, the threads unbinding and poofing thin wiry ball of threads that would stop mid-explosion, come back, form into the shape of a medium-sized beast, mastiff. And it would just sit there, look up at you, waiting.
He's getting a scratch on the head.
Absolutely takes a scratch in the back leg, but doesn't stop looking.
All right, Timothy. Take Gerald and look for some tracks.
I think you have to tell Gerald what to do. He
Gerald,
came from
help
the
Timothy.
racket.
Get to his feet. Hello. Gonna look at you, Timothy, and wait.
And now Timothy has to tell him to go looking for tracks.
Go and find where the other people went.
Do we have anything that smells like them? Don't they usually need a scent base before they
No.
can actually start finding things?
No, we're not looking for the people. And if they're through here recently, they'll have left their scent all over, so just gotta find a bit of things here or there. Broken
Not
branches.
looking for anything particular. Or anyone particular.
Would respond with a low turn, start sniffing around, eventually catching something. And just kind of take off up into the wood.
We should police on him.
After the dog.
You
I
asked
don't have one
to-
of those. Sorry.
You don't have rope.
You didn't ask for that.
The
Got
only,
that.
the
Jesus
only
Christ.
leash you need is long enough legs, and I'll follow after.
Some of us aren't over 6 foot.
I only have 2,
Oh my god.
unless you count what I have back home.
Why do you have spare people's feet?
In case I got a hole in one.
Are you just gonna swap them out? That's horrifying. Thanks.
Some of them even have boots.
But what's the point of having boots if you don't have feet that also fit in the boots?
Do you think you took time to take the boots off?
I mean, no, but I'm a little terrified to ask.
So,
Going off into the jungle after the dog.
I assume that everyone is off and following the master.
Yes.
It's Gizzle. It's on.
Now that
Bobby.
everything is always fine, of course.
We need some like Goonies music.
That's more ominous. That's a
We
train.
need a train. Suddenly, we're transported to the Wild West.
Being railroaded.
Oh, no. Too cheery. I should label my music. I won't, but I should. There we go. You would follow for a little over an hour. By now, the sun passed to the point of noon, starting its race downwards out of the sky. Through the thick jungle of the base of this island, your dark vision actually faded a long time ago. Your visions all have returned to normal. And you are now just kind of a brisk jog through some of the more densely wooded areas, occasionally losing sight of the Mastiff. But he of course would stop, wait for at least one of you to start catching up, and then would take off once again.
It's the tracking the NPC challenge.
You gave your dog an escort mission, basically. After at the end of the hour, would stop, lie down, and is just kind of staring off towards the edge of the woods, where you see the light of a clearing shining through. You all approach, you can actually hear the sounds of distant chatter, you can wagons, hear rudimentary machinery.
Gerald is getting a scritch behind the ears, and I'd like to go looking to see WTF. What's going on?
From this vantage point, you're staring down a hill of sorts, towards a very hastily erected, what do you call this? Like a, not a town. The word is in my brain. There's like a few buildings that were just kind of erected on the edge of the water. A very hastily erected defensive wall.
Oh, palisade.
Yes, palisade. And a good 20 to 25 in busily running wood through a sawmill, loading it up into wagons, and preparing to haul it off to somewhere into the island.
When did they get here?
Long before you, apparently.
Houston, we have a problem.
Houston.
That's
You collectively
Are you already naming the other dogs?
No, you all collectively are Houston. We have a problem.
Houston is back on the ship still. Houston is a halfling.
What are they doing?
Looks like they're grinding up more wood and they're taking it deeper into the island, and they've got like little houses built up, which means we've got a problem. They've been here too long. Well, this long, which implies that A, they haven't found anything, or B, they found it and they're trying to sustain themselves off of it.
That is odd. If they had found the treasure, would that not mean... I mean, the obvious thing would be to make off with it. You wouldn't entrench yourself and make yourself more target.
Unless, of course, they've found it and they can't get it out. The wood they're hauling deeper into the island, does it look like specific pieces for a machine or specific pieces for like a mechanism?
It looks like building material.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is burn it to the ground.
No, that's too much attention. Look, they don't know we're here. We can try and sneak around it. Try to follow it deeper.
They do seem to have made a trail straight to where we're looking for.
Yeah, because they need to find their way out, and also they're dumbasses.
Right. Let's try to sneak past these lumberjacks.
You got anything in that tech of yours that might help?
I mean, there are plenty of things in there that might help, but the question is, are they going to be what comes up or not?
Great, just taking a risk. You any spells that can throw something away so that everyone's dragged to a different direction so that we can go the other way?
Well, yes.
I mean, I do, but it would make me something of a target.
No, I've got this. This is easy. I am going to pull out my deck of cards, and I'm going to randomly draw one, as I must do to make it work correctly.
As you must.
And then I am going to, before deploying it fully, it is going to be picked up by a gust of wind and carried off before it settles down and activates. Because I have gust of wind. And it's a card, so. Oh, let's see what we draw. 32. Well, that one's fairly easy to find. There are only 34 of them. Oh my. Okay. Let's see, 34, 33, 32. Okay. An orc is going to appear where the card drops. It was almost significantly more interesting, but.
So where exactly are you aiming?
The opposite direction of that we're going, so away from the trails that we're getting ready to try to sneak onto.
Okay. Throwing it towards the little mining camp, or the woodcutting camp, I mean.
Yes.
Throw the card out. Land. Visage of an orc appearing. I mean, refresh myself on deck of illusion. Does it make noise?
It does not. It shows up. It appears to be real, of the appropriate size, and behaves as if it were a real creature, though it can do no harm. If you are within 120 feet of the illusionary creature, I can set it to move. Any physical interaction with the illusion reveals it to be an illusion. Because objects pass through it, someone can use an action to inspect the creature, and then they have to make it a DC 15 intelligence investigation check.
Perfect. Well, the orc appears. What would you like to do with it?
It's just going to look threatening.
It looks so threatening.
I mean, it's an orc. It looks like an orc pirate. He looks threatening. Like he owns this island.
Absolutely. There's not really any indication to anyone within the walls that anything is going on outside of the walls.
Yeah, it was one of the smaller ones.
I mean, from the looks of the item, you can have him go charging towards the lumber camp.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what I would do at this point. Now, since nobody is noticing him, it's move him up. As long as he's within 120 feet of me, I can.
Yeah. But I'll see the orc suddenly heft the great axe. and just go charging towards the camp, just bounding step one after the other. Eventually, you'd see one of the lookouts kind of glance over off to the side, call something down to the others. Another one would appear at the top of the tower, the two of them just staring at this orc charging towards them. Be close enough to kind of catch what they're shouting, something along the lines of, "You down there? Go on." Of course, unable to respond, I believe.
Correct. He can't make any noise. All right, they're distracted. Now's the time to go.
Indeed.
Yeah. You want to make a stealth check, please?
Oh boy.
Lovely.
I am actually, as we're about to do this, jeez. I'm going to give, well, if everybody would give me 2 seconds, I was going to give Alaric some inspiration, but I guess it's going to go to Henry now.
Henry.
All right, is that a D8?
Yes.
All right. Well,
and for once you did. However, you can hold on to it for 10 minutes.
Cool.
Probably a good call. I see a 23, an 8, an 8.
And I need mine. Oh, come on.
I'm going to give them disadvantage on their perception checks. That is a 9. Can I roll lower than a 7? I can. I can roll a 2. I'm rolling so great. It's fantastic. Well, with their perception of a 4, that is a overwhelming pass. All find the trail that they have marked off and have been using to get deeper into the island, and are able to follow it sight unseen, hearing the commotion behind you of crossbowmen mounting the top of the walls and loosing a handful of bolts towards the who unfortunately have sent to his demise. Monster.
I know. And as soon as they realize he's an illusion, he just disappears. It's horrible. It's a horrible life. It's not like he's a patch. It's not like he's a wonderful dog.
You've left a good 20 privateers, mercenaries, whatever they are, very, very confused. From here, are welcome to follow the pathway deeper into the island, traveling for just a bit longer, to the point where the sun has started to set. Darker island. Now,
You're going to need one of these.
I'm sorry, that was probably very loud.
I hand Henry a bullseye lantern.
Did you pull that off your robe too? Or is that in your knapsack, or is that in some unspecific location?
Do you want it or not?
I'll take it.
Stop looking gift lanterns in the mouth.
With you, it's always an uncertainty. Can you blame me?
No, you can just accept it.
I could, and then I'd also accept my demise.
I'll say, just as a precaution, Alaric will summon his Hexblade sword. Kind of a hand-and-a-half sword that looks really... It looks like it's seen better days, actually. Pitted and blackened. Kind of an ugly sword, really.
Did you set that thing on fire one too many times?
The fire came long before I'd found this. but looks can be deceiving.
You're so incredibly ominous. Whatever will I do?
Well, it is somewhat of my occupation.
Being ominous?
Unfortunately, it does come with the warlock class, so...
I don't know what a warlock is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask.
Has a magical sugar daddy.
Don't you?
No, I had a magical real daddy.
Not a sorcerer, then.
No, an elf.
Ah.
Elves. I've known a good handful of them. They're a mixed bag when it comes to lays, though.
Luckily, I'm only half.
Tips. As you all are marching along, get to the point, hear the sound of a wagon. Or recent departures, lumbering. Handful of individuals escorting this wagon, idly chattering. Chattering is now a word. Try to use, it's now my word, I have claimed.
What does it mean?
It means not being able to speak properly. Stream too often.
Fair enough.
But, would you all like to do?
Is the cart in front of us or behind
Front of
us?
You are catching up to.
Can we try to walk like a half pace back and just sort of stay, like, because it's getting darker, right?
Mhm.
And the people guiding it have their own lamps?
They do. There's one attached to the wagon.
Okay, can I put the one that I have out and try and walk in their shadow?
Or as prepared as it feels like they are to be here on the island, they don't really seem all too worried about threats.
Okay. Is that good with everybody else?
Yeah, fine with
Works
that.
with me.
Yeah,
I don't
was
need
just
the
gonna
lamp
plan-
to see.
Okay. I was just gonna walk in their shadow until they stop moving, and then if we're on a path, are there like bushes on either side of us?
By this point, the path would have kind of curved around, followed a natural river that flows down kind of off the center of the island, with heavily wooded areas off to the right, and more watery terrain off to the right.
Okay. If they stop for any reason, I want to dip into the woods on the right and try to come in front of them. If they stop moving, and only if they stop moving.
They would eventually get to said river, having to mostly hop off, help to pull the cart through some of the thicker, not quite coming to a full stop, but yeah.
By the way, as we've been walking, have there been any roots along the way?
Like tree roots?
Fruits.
Oh,
like
fruits.
Coconuts, papayas, dragon fruit.
Pineapple.
Yeah, absolutely. So those natural wild bananas, mangoes.
The ones with seeds.
Oh, definitely taking a banana. Definitely. Well, I mean, more than just the banana, but like the banana, like Declan has a hold of this banana and he's grinning maniacally with this banana in his hand.
Do I want to know what nefarious deeds you have in mind?
Oh, I'm sure you'll see soon enough.
I hate that so much.
You seem very stressed.
Well, we're on a magic island, and we don't know what we're looking for. And we're dealing with people and strangers we do not know. closer we get to the treasure, the little bit more nervous I tend to get.
But you're with friends.
I'm well aware I'm with friends, but not everyone on this island is my friend, are they?
But you're here with friends now. And we'll go
Yes.
fight the baddies together.
I'm sure we will.
Don't be so worried.
Call it an occupational hazard.
The only hazard I see is a higher risk of heart attack.
Too pure for
The
this.
fuck is a heart stack?
Stab
Your
someone
heart,
through the heart.
inside your brain, inside your chest, just attacks you. You fall over.
What happens when you get too stressed?
I thought it's an aneurysm.
Seems pretty big to me.
Anyway, yes, they are brought to a near crawl. They're pushing the wagon through. I'll have the chance to not only catch up, but if you would like,
Let's circle around.
I would gladly give you all the chance to make a stealth check because your first round was
A.
I keep mine.
for most of you. It was horrid.
Hell.
18.
I
There
don't
it
think
is.
we're getting around this one, lads.
I can add a D8.
You
I
absolutely
think.
can. Yeah. $19. Their perception. Yeah. They have a +2, which brings them to 18, which means that you are still at majority pass. Although one of them does kind of turn back, grabs the lantern, and starts shining it off behind the wagon where he had all come from. Eventually settle back down, a little concerned. You'd all be able to sneak around woods, not only catching up to the wagon, but passing it slightly ahead of the wagon.
Love it.
Oh, I can't resist. I have to drop a card in our wake as we walk away.
Behind the wagon. Okay.
No. We're in front of the wagon now. Yeah. I'm dropping a card behind me, so it's in front of the wagon.
Yeah, roll it up.
As chaos.
Chaos, confusion, and mayhem.
We're still going to roll a 34 just because that makes it easier to find. We just know that a 32 is out. Ooh, a 10. Okay, 10. 2, 3, 9, 10. Oh, they are not going to like that very much. Archmage and a mage apprentice.
Ooh. I mean, if it's an illusion, it's just two nerds with sticks.
Yeah, but archmages look very particular. Like they're archmages. Robes, staves.
Nerds with sticks.
Powerful
Yeah.
nerds
And
with
those
sticks.
sticks don't even have gunpowder.
I mean, maybe if they start in on like a lecture, they'll remind some of these folks of the horrors of childhood and their schooling.
Or
Have to do long division.
Anything to slow them down.
Are you telling me that science in this or math in this universe is magic? Because that's like sounds the worst timeline.
to be fair, math is magic.
Incorrect.
There was in fact in talking of Pathfinder 1E, there was in fact that wonderful feat that you can take that Yeah,
The
calculations.
homoerotic tension between a tabletop player and someone who can't do math.
Your card would fly out.
They're the same person.
And immediately appearing into two individuals. A older, human-looking mage, staff in hand, top of it illuminated by cycling elementals. Other one, much newer robes, younger, carrying a slightly dusty tome. Two of them would appear in front of the wagon. Driver immediately turning, confused for just a moment, and then shouting to the others, "Got company. You don't know where you came from. Suggest you turn back. No place for you."
When the arcane hand gestures begin. Or
There are going to be a series of bolts loosed out towards this individual. Right, crossbow? Yeah. Does this thing have an AC, or is it just they try to shoot it, it disappears?
as soon as they interact with it, the bolts just pass right through it.
Not gonna bother rolling. It's the figure starts to make these gestures, the apprentice holding out the book, making similar gestures, just in a smaller pattern. A series of crossbow bolts would soar out through the air, should impact where they stand, but just passes through, causing you to flicker in and out. Driver now stands up on top of the wagon, looking over. Alright, the hell is going on? Who's out there? The other three. Your eyes out. Hate this island.
Oh, great. Now you've drawn attention to yourselves.
Any of the rest of you like to do?
Henry's just gonna keep moving.
Just kind of sticking alongside the wagon.
Yeah.
There's no trail that's like continuing on in front of us, right? We couldn't like get ahead of the wagon.
There is the trail that they're following. You certainly could just keep going ahead of them, following the trail.
Yeah. Why even bother with the wagon at this point? Let's just get ahead of them.
That's why I was threw the illusion down, was to buy us some time, because that's what I thought we were doing.
Yeah, we're moving.
So, instead of watching this scene fold out, the moment the illusions are down, you are all just turning and moving.
Just a firm power walk.
Alright.
Oh, I take that back. We actually have 2 dogs with us right now. Each patch is 2 mastiffs.
Fancy. How long do they last?
They're real dogs now.
Oh, good.
As soon as they get pulled from anything pulled off the patch or pulled off the rope becomes real.
Now. So, Gerald and Stuart.
I am not going to add them to initiative because I refuse to kill dogs.
Smart.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm fine with that.
They are too cute to kill.
Love puppets around here.
They give their pleading eyes to God to say, please don't make us fight.
Alright.
Especially since they're giant brindle mastiffs. Just big, cute, slobbery dogs.
Snuggle their face. Alright. Passing by the wagon, following the trail further and further into the island. I'll see very little now. The fact that the sun has now fully set. A little bit of light you have is given off by the lantern. by this point, we'll be approaching near the center point of the... And would all of you wisdom saving?
Oh, fuck's sake.
Timothy,
11
starting off
solid.
strong.
Okay, how do I roll these?
Click on your wisdom.
Like wisdom,
Maybe.
it'll ask you to make
Maybe.
a check or a save.
Alright. Okay, not atrocious.
If we get a 12, we have full lineup.
Oh, that means we get we win the hand and game's over.
That means you win
Roll
D&D.
straight.
Mhm.
Yahtzee!
On Alaric?
Yes. That's Abe.
You need help rolling it?
Alaric.
Buddy?
Alaric.
We
Can
gotta,
Can you hear us?
Oh, sorry.
Whiz save.
Wisdom. Okay, sorry about that. Saving throw. Normal.
That tracks. That
Yep.
absolutely tracks.
Yep. That's on me. That's on me.
Is it a 1?
A
That's only
2.
a 4.
No, but it's close.
Okay. Not even -1 with what?
Most of you, as you have been walking, have just, your mind has just been naturally tracking that odd feeling, that odd sensation you all had since you got here. Now it's getting slightly more pressing onto you, though your natural defensive barriers within your mind help to fend off the worst of it. Timothy, maybe for a few moments getting a little bit of a headache, would quickly pass. Declan and Henry, the two of you feeling a tingling through you, but not much else. Alaric, however, just stop walking as you see a series of images, places of people that would just start to roll mind again, of ritual sites, of temple, cultish branded weapon, of a dark godlike figure looming over the... Before they fade, that figure would just reach out towards you. One elongated, dark finger pointing. And it would fade out. Your mind would be...
You alright there, buddy?
No. Yes.
Advil?
This island
Oh, his name's
isn't
Alaric.
just odd or strange.
Well, yes, it's a strange. Well, yes, it's an island in the middle of the ocean protected in a magic bubble. I thought we'd established this already.
There's something here. Besides the bubble, besides the treasure, besides us, there's something malevolent here.
Can you be a bit more specific? I know dark and ominous is your thing, but I need a little less dark and ominous and a little bit more detail orientation.
A consciousness.
I take it back. What the fuck?
I don't think these people are here for gold and trinkets.
Is it? Are we walking into a cult? Are you telling me we're about to walk into a cult?
I think we are.
God
Be the
damn it! Why
first
is it
time.
always got to be a cult?
Would it be the first time?
Yeah, because you keep walking into them and then because you keep thinking they're gonna be orgies. Not every cult has an orgy.
Some of them are just cults of personality.
Which you are not.
I don't know. Everybody else seems to think so.
Some just like tea time.
Look, we're not about to walk into a cult. If it's a cult, then we're leaving. We're getting out of here. Nothing is worth dealing with a cult.
Put a hand on Henry's shoulder. We've got to stop whatever's happening here, friend.
But what if it's out of our control? We've already outnumbered. If these people are part of a cult,
We'll handle
And that
it.
one's easy. You just cut off the head.
they're not zombies.
I think he was speaking in an
cults-
organizational manner. The heads being
Exactly.
those who make decisions. Like why you start with the captain and work your way down till the crew
I
break.
mean, here's the thing. Is if we're cutting off the head, are we cutting off the leader, or are we cutting off a god's head? Because there's completely two different things.
It doesn't seem like the god's fully manifested in this world, so we could probably just stop whatever vortices of power it's holding itself onto here. Kind of like kicking someone's fingers off the edge so they could fall completely into the astral sea.
Again, we need to talk
Or-
about your life experience.
Or it's like if they're trying to come up from a. Never mind. Yours was fine. Yours was fine.
Why are you all
I-
insane?
I had a different image in my head.
Look, I vote we just leave. Nothing is worth dealing with a cult about.
Let me put it this way. Would you rather us go in there and stop this, or would you rather risk this cult bringing an incredibly powerful, malevolent consciousness fully into this world that will eventually, because this is what evil consciousnesses do, leave the island and start spreading chaos, death, and destruction across the sea and the land?
So why did you get to see the malevolent entity?
I'd like life.
I
Whatever results in me continuing to live.
tend to walk closer to the shadow than others would like. Let me put it that way.
That's again with the ominous vagueness.
It's lovely poetry.
Oh, magical sugar daddy said, "Not going to protect you from that one." Gotcha.
Not technically sugar daddy, as it is my sword.
Kinky.
Yeah, I agree with Henry on that one.
You have a strange definition of what you involve in sexual activities. By the way,
We're not here to kink shame. I'm just saying.
This is an absolute growing opportunity for our crew. This is a wonderful building experience.
imagine if we got to the god.
This for a leadership retreat. Killing cultists, a new thing for your business.
Cults have a lot of gold. Now you have to give it to a god, probably.
Unless your god is not gold and more in the hearts department. Do you want to lose your heart? Or your brain?
Well,
or maybe your kidney?
Oh. No, I got extras.
Well, see, if you go with the whole heart over gold thing, then there's the real possibility that whoever they're sacrificing had material wealth before they arrived on the island, and therefore it's been stockpiled here. No, it's been stockpiled on the island. So either way, there's going to be gold
Okay, so what you're saying
or
is
precious
that
jewels.
the possibility that this crew has not been absorbed into the cult is possible, or that there was a civilization before this cult appeared, and now they are the cult.
It is not beyond the realm of possibility.
There's also the entire possibility that they don't even value gold as a monetary thing, and thus have just been chucking it to the bottom of the lake because they don't hold the same definition of value to it as
I
we
have
do.
a solution.
What is your solution?
You wanted to vote. I vote we go punch a cultist in the face.
I
would
agree with
agree
that. Also, wagon behind us.
Yes,
Just
that's.
Yes.
putting that out there.
We have quorum, and I just pick Henry up and.
God, put me down!
Okay. You didn't. You seemed like you needed some help.
Let me put
It's
it.
just fine. I know when I'm outvoted. I just think you're all crazy.
No, we're your friends.
You can be crazy and my friends at the same time.
If we end up dying and our souls get consumed by an all-malevolent entity, you will have all of eternity to tell us you told us so.
Unless we end up in different sectors of, hell, because, your sword's got, its thing. I'm sure he's made at least one deal with a deity, or at least slept with an angel. I'm not really sure about. I'm gonna end up in a weird corner of hell. We're all just gonna end up in weird corners of hell.
Don't worry, I'll find you.
And break us out?
New adventure.
Or just to honestly find me in hell? Terrifying. Thank you.
Who knows? Maybe we'll just set up a little house, have tea.
Anyway.
Never mind. We don't have time for this. Let's keep going.
Onwards.
So yes, you do have a wagon behind you. You know that they are likely headed the same place you are. So have whatever is ahead of you, whatever this destination is, or all of this lumber. What's the plan?
I think we're just heading forward.
Yeah.
This is a time when a pit would be really useful. I don't have.
We do not have time to sit here with little shovels and digging a hole in the ground, and the other half of us.
No. These come with pits. These come with pits sometimes. Like, see, I've got windows here, and I've got some ladders here, and I've got a rowboat down there.
Oh, you mean a magical pit?
What are you going
Yes,
through the window?
but I don't have a magical pit.
What do you through the window?
Well, see, that's what I was talking about. Eaves. The window has eaves.
Sneaking.
Let's just keep moving.
Even have some portable rams if we need them later. And I've
Alaric,
got about 4 more dogs.
Alaric, that foreboding presence that you had seen doesn't ease. Seems to get slightly stronger the closer you get to the base of the mountain there, island. What you would come up to, able to see the multiple lanterns scattered around the campsite. Looks like a mining op. They have, through some sorts of explosives, blasted their way in the base of the mountain. Have started carving away at whatever was. There's a lot of carved, decorated stone that used to fill the space. All of it's since been blown to pieces, been excavated, otherwise removed as an obstacle. Lumber has been formed into mining supports, being cut in parts. It's cut into all manner of transportation vehicles. It's like they're simply mining their way into the base of whatever is under this mountain.
Sort of volcano. Well, maybe I do hope it's a volcano.
So you don't need smoke to tell you that it was a volcano.
That doesn't mean anything.
Could be dormant.
Could be.
Also, volcanoes tend to want virgin sacrifices, and I don't. I think we're fresh out.
Fair.
Yes,
Virgin just means your blood hasn't been used in a previous sacrifice, not necessary to sexuality.
Right.
Still fresh out, sorry.
When has your blood been used in a sacrifice? Is that what you were doing on that one island?
I don't ask you what you worship. You don't ask me what I worship.
How can you be worshipping anything?
In any case.
I'm not drunk enough for this conversation.
That is, perhaps see if they haven't completed the mine yet, you might be able to, as they say, nip this in the bud.
Do they even know what they were looking for?
If they're anything like me, they know.
Andrew, what is the to put this crudely, what is the racial makeup of the workers for this mine? Are they mostly human? Are they mostly elves?
Mostly human.
I got an idea, and it's a bit of a dumb one.
Go on.
One of you is going to hold my coat. I'm going to go down there and ask them what they think is in the mine. I'm generic looking enough, no one's going to bother that much.
How long have they been on the island? Long enough to build houses, right?
Looks a bit.
You think they don't know who's supposed to be where by now?
I don't know. Lie and say I was changed from the ship. They sent someone back due to injury. They sent someone back to the ship due to injuries, and they sent me instead.
If you think you can do it, I'm just saying.
Look, I already told you it was a slightly dumb idea, but it's the only one I've actively got.
Well, I'm here to help. I'll hold your coat.
Anyone else got any better ideas?
Fortunately, considering unless there's another entrance, if they've carved out another one to get air to the bottom.
They don't strike me as people who have thought about safe and ethical mining practices. I don't even think these people have a union.
They don't even have a union.
They don't even have a union, which means they don't even have dental.
They don't even have dental. In any case, if anything goes down, I have means of getting to
Take this with you.
What are you handing me?
I'm handing you a floating banana.
No, why?
It'll help.
How?
Don't eat it.
How
Just
will it help?
if you need it, just pull it out and say get them.
That's awful. Will you tell me any more than that?
No. You need to trust me.
Are you taking weird and foreboding lessons from him, from Alaric?
No. He's way too dark for me, dear. Way too dark.
I'm not drunk enough for this conversation. Keep your weird fucking banana.
Follow. The banana's floating behind you.
This is awful. All right, let's do this.
Okay. So you are stripping down to like your base clothing.
So Henry's taking off his big black overcoat.
Right.
And he's gonna shift his pistol so it's laying across. So it's laying. You know in action movies where they shove the pistol down the back of their pants. He's gonna do that, but the muzzle's pointing upward instead. And he's just gonna sort of keep it out of sight, and he's going to cautiously wander down towards camp.
With the lantern or without?
With.
It may be 30 feet from the other. A call from the camp. Individual on lookout duty. Seeing the light moving closer, give enough time to start to make out some details. And shout up to you. Hey! Who are you?
Oh, sorry. I'm with the latest cut coming out of the wood camp up the road. I'm doing distance counts. This is the mining operation, correct? Sorry. Someone got hurt in camp last week, and I really, really am trying to get the lay of the land.
Deception check.
I can do one of those. I'm actually decent-ish at those. Or, I could be just hot fucking garbage.
The dice, you weren't wrong. Digital dice are not a fan of you.
The digital dice hate me.
Hear the individual shout back up. Where did you say you were from?
Other than the mining camp, other than the wood camp up the road. So like I said, someone got hurt there. They pulled me from the ship so we could trade spots. That way they could heal and with the dock on board.
Right. Come on over.
I really need to get back to the cart. They saw some weird illusions. I think the island's doing strange things on the doing strange things at night. I'm just doing a distance count to see how far they need to get.
Put his fingers to his mouth, let out a sharp whistle. No, I think you should come into camp. Conversation with us.
That was a boring conversation anyway. Banana, I guess you do your thing?
Awesome. The banana flies the 30 feet up to the guy. And is going to punch him in his face.
Okay. Very.
What? It's a banana!
It
doesn't have fists!
What? I assume this is a spell.
Nope. It's a class feature.
Okay. Can you link that for me?
I can.
Wait, is this a College of Creation?
It is.
Gotcha, okay.
And then here is the the stat block for the banana.
Your proficiency.
And as the guard is being distracted by the banana, he's running up the hill and his coat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to use my spell attack DC. So my proficiency plus my spell attack. So. Well, let's see if it rolls it right.
I will say to aid in his escape, Henry's gonna drop the lantern because he's in all black clothing and it's just gonna run back into the night.
Oh, you were gonna have time to turn before we're rolling some initiative.
Right.
I'm just waiting for the banana to slap this guy.
Yes.
Which is the weirdest thing I've said this week.
Can't be. It can't.
Your banana.
And you've said a lot of weird things.
Do you want us to roll the initiative, or are you going to roll the initiative?
It rolls for everyone.
Gotcha.
Come on, laptop, don't do this to me.
Nope. Okay. I'm just going to have to roll it in the raw. I don't even have any spell attacks, which is funny. Should be plus 7. Yes, 3 plus 4.
Yeah, that's a hit.
And my man's going to take 11 points of force damage.
The banana forcibly hits this individual who is definitely not happy. The cry of pain and surprise is echoed out by a handful of other individuals nearby that have axes out, all staring down Henry as I move us into some initiative. And of course move you onto the map so you can see that. And make sure you stream. I'm a professional. Oh. Let's throw in some combat music. All.
That's about right.
Hopefully that's not too loud. As the banana makes impact, Henry starts to turn to flee back to you all. Declan, first.
All right. Well, Declan, seeing that everything has gone kind of, pear-shaped, is going to do what Declan does best, which is say, "Get him, boy!" And the banana is gonna go and attack again.
Go for it. 19 absolutely hits.
Ten points of force damage.
Gotcha.
So that's a bonus action to do that. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Run to there. And be oh, you guys are too spread out, aren't you? Okay. I'm going to ready an action to cast a spell for when these guys get a little tighter.
What's the spell?
Fairy Fire.
All right. That will bring us down to this bandit. Going to leaping over the small creek there, axes in hand.
Right.
Fast. So fast. Okay. To take out 2 throwing axes, just reel back one after the other towards Henry.
Yikes.
First one is a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Second one's an 8.
8 does not hit.
Rolling both into the spectrum. For a whopping 9 points of slashing damage as one axe manages to carve along your shoulder, partially ducking under it, but it still bites into the armor pretty good.
And here I thought I was going to be able to buy you drinks after this.
Nimble action to dash. I said dash.
Might still be measuring.
If I select someone else, does it? There we go.
You hadn't used up all your initial movement.
Who knows? This one is going to march up to there. To dash up. And second verse, same as the first. An 8 for the first one, and a 13 for the second one.
13 doesn't hit.
Both just soar past you. Timothy.
Wow, you really all bad in the dark.
Got to see how far all the people are from me. I'm going to have a longbow out in the bushes. I'm gonna take aim at this folk here, and I'm still hidden. I'm not hidden from them.
Yep.
Fantastic. Then you can go ahead and see if this hits.
I have advantage.
I have advantage, so I'll roll that.
There you go.
Natural 20.
Tank engine?
No, that's Thormund's the tank engine. Very different. So natural 20, fantastic. Love to hear it because as a Furbolg, I'm very good at surprising people.
Yeah.
Furbolg?
So that's going to be. Let me make sure I do this right. I believe it's an extra 2d6 on my first attack. Martial art see powerful good luck. Surprise attack. Yes, 2d6. So that becomes that. Let me see if this comes through. Actually, just do 2d6 and then hit critical.
Well, against which one?
The one that I targeted.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
31.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just pulls back and.
One very precise, very powerful shot that just impacts, sends them nearly off their feet, but able to scramble, stay standing. Arrow just jammed into their chest. Severely hurt.
Oh, well then maybe I'll get him with my second attack. Guessing I don't have advantage anymore, but doesn't matter. It's another crit. 11 more.
More. Severely hurt, near the edge of death, but not quite there.
You're kidding. Ugh. Okay, wait. Hit it with an attack. The attack. You just trade only once per combat. Okay, never mind. Just want to see. Well, dang.
Darn, couldn't one-shot him.
Tell you what, that's sad for me. Oh, here's the actual text for it, so I can get that out of the way. I'll just hold position. Well, yeah, I'll hold position here for the moment. But bonus action. Can I do anything fun with a bonus action? I'm gonna just like crack my knuckles, and the air around them is going to briefly pulse with electric energy.
Oh, okay.
Just gifted the Chromatic Dragon.
What does that do?
It gives my weapons for the next minute and 1d4 damage of the chosen type.
Very cool. I'll get over here. I don't think. No, it is 20 feet on a throwing axe. Also going to use the per combat dash because bandits. Declan needs to ask you a question. An 18 for the first one, and an 10 for the second one.
The 10 will miss, but the 8 will, or the 18 will hit.
A whole 8 points of slashing damage.
Does your spell go off?
No, because they are close enough. I had specified I wanted them closer to each other.
Okay. I haven't played 5th edition D&D for a while. Do you have to make a concentration check?
I haven't cast it.
Not if he hasn't cast it yet.
I haven't thrown a spell. My banana does not count.
Right. I guess I couldn't remember if holding a spell counted as...
So if it's a class ability, it doesn't count as something to keep concentration on unless it specifically details in the ability that it's concentrated on, like a spell.
Well,
That combat banana lasts for an hour, or until it dies, whichever comes first.
Absolutely ignoring the banana. To come say hello, Henry.
Oh, I need to look to see if the banana threatens.
It shouldn't, because it's not a creature.
It is a creature, though. It's a dancing item. Let's see. Yes, it has a reaction. So it can, in fact, make an attack of opportunity. As you run away from the banana. You should never run from the banana. It's a trained attack banana.
Catches air.
Yeah, but that's enough of them in a close proximity. Drop the fairy fire.
Go for it.
Now I'm gonna light him up.
That is 2 dexterity saving.
DC is 15.
Sure, because I just used a generic stat block. I don't know if that's the correct modifier. Your pirate is absolutely going to fail. An 8 definitely doesn't have a +8 modifier. Bandit is also going to fail. Yeah, both are going to fail. We're both illuminated.
Cool.
And gonna throw a chain attack out against Henry. For a natural 20.
Cool.
No death clerics here. Ooh, that's a D8 for damage. 5 double to 10 plus 3 for 13 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And a strength saving throw.
I can do one of those. 1 second.
See, if we had been one level higher, I would have been a different build. I was going to be a horrible divination wizard, halfling.
That's not gonna make it. 'Cause again, you guys hate me.
You are pulled prone.
I'm not restrained or anything?
Nope. Just hit you with a spiked ball and chain, caught you around the leg, and just whipped you to the ground prone. And then, second chain attack. 10 total. No, not.
10 does not hit now.
You're prone, though. I believe that's advantage.
Yes.
Or melee.
Yep.
Yeah.
Melee attack. A 17 for the second one.
17 will hit.
D8. 1 plus 3 for 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
That's him done.
Cool. His mistake. I'm gonna use half my movement. Stand up.
Standing.
Cool. Bang to the pirate. Bang to the lady on her last legs.
Advantage on both.
As I figure out how to use my thing. Sorry. God damn it. Come on, work with me here. That's a nat 20.
Absolutely.
Alright, we'll make that against the pirate. 4. I think that's a D10 of damage. Is it gonna let me roll damage? How do I roll damage? Ah, that button. Okay. 17 points of damage.
Very nice.
And then, other lady.
Go for it.
Wait, nope, that was an advantage. I'll just roll
Let's
one
roll another
more.
one.
Sorry.
Yep,
That's a
definitely
19.
hits.
All right. And then damage. Normal. 14 points of damage.
Got it.
Yeah.
Two very
So-
nice hits.
Bang, bang.
Heck yeah. You still have your half your movement left.
Yeah, I can't risk an opportunity attack, so I'm not gonna move. Because I'm not playing a rogue. God, sometimes I wish I was. All times. The answer is at all times.
Correct answer.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do for now.
Perfect. Well, Eric. Last but not least.
This is actually too perfect. So Alaric, all ready to go. He's going to kind of pat Timothy on the shoulder and go, "We're going to the front lines." And he's going to cast Thunderstep. And he's going to put himself sort of like right about here between
Just so you're
these
hitting the two of them. Yeah.
Exactly. And I'm taking Timothy with me.
As long as Timothy's a willing ally.
Want to head up, Timothy?
Yeah, I think I should.
Fair enough. So you, in this red flash, me and Timothy go from where we are. This thing has a crazy freaking range. Up to about there.
I just follow you, right?
Yep.
Oh boy.
And so, yeah, I'm going to need did a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, well, again, no, I have to check and make sure that's correct. Both got a +2. That is correct.
Okay, so the 16 does save, so that's half damage. The 11 does not.
Yeah. Go for it.
That's pretty good, actually.
22
So
bandit. Down to very low number. That one is severely hurt. Left for the pirate. Also pretty severely hurt.
yeah. I don't want to use Hexblade's Curse yet, so he'll just erupt in this the flash of light. His blade is now smoldering, like it's coated in embers. Not enough to like be a torch or be more effective in combat, but there's something happening there. It just looks
Very
at the
cool.
two like, "Where are you looking?"
Fantastic.
And that is his turn.
Up to round 2. Declan, you are up.
Declan, noticing that Henry has been tapped a couple of times, spend my move to go to there, and am going to target Declan or target Henry with one of these. It's something.
6 points of healing.
And then as my bonus action, I'm going to be... Banana, you're not done yet. And the banana will move 30 feet to... yeah. move 30 feet to engage with the chain-wielding pirate here.
Heck yeah. Go for it.
You should have made a token for the banana.
Absolutely hits.
That will be... minimum damage of 4. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to Henry. You can have another point of inspiration. And just so everybody knows, I do have. You do have these. You have that version of the inspiration point, so you can use it in those methods.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
yeah.
Brings us to the first of the bandits. The leader, the one with the chain, being hit with the banana again, still glowing the radiant light. Looks towards you, Declan. Also seeing you perform the healing magic, just screams out, "Get the wizard!"
Yeah, I'm not a wizard. That's so gauche.
He's a lot more pretentious than a wizard.
Not wrong.
That's a 7. That's good. A 15?
15 would normally hit, but as my reaction...
Cutting words, baby.
No, Silvery Barb. Silvery Barb.
Would you like to give advantage to?
We'll give advantage to Timothy.
Timothy, you have an advantage on your next... is it just attack roll, or just...
Advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw they make within 1 minute.
Reroll that attack roll for the bandit. It's the lower of the two, right? Not just doesn't take the
it
new
has
roll?
to take the. It has to take the lower of the two.
That is unfortunate because that's a natural 20.
Yeah, sorry, boss.
That is 9 points of slashing damage, however.
Aww.
And a concentration check, please. D10.
Yes. So, Constitution. Ability check. Normal. Fairy fire.
Fairy fire drops.
Oh well. It happens.
This bandit is going to turn towards the one that just appeared out of nowhere, hefting 2 axes, and just hurls them both at you. Alaric. First one being a 7. Second one being an 8.
That's not quite gonna work.
Nope, sure won't. And let's just go ahead and back up. Timothy!
I'm sorry, friend. I'm gonna have to get angry. And he drops the longbow and cracks his knuckles again, and just kind of stands back up to full height. And is this this piratey fella with his chain? Is he looking at me right now?
Yes.
Thematically, you know. Oh, he was. Okay, fantastic.
The moment you step up to him, he's at least turning, so he's got both you.
As he turns, he just gets a tap on the shoulder.
The chain would just loosen in the slack. Head slightly turns towards you.
I'm going to hurt you now. Best be ready. And his demeanor is just going to entirely shift as he starts to punch. So first one going in. Gonna guess I don't have advantage anymore. So nice to have. 13.
No, you still have advantage.
Oh, I still do. Oh, that's right.
The advantage is from Silvery Barbs.
Oh gosh. Okay, so 23.
Excellent. All right. This is gonna suck for you. 8 damage, bludgeoning. And second attack coming in with the same fist, advantaged, right?
Only the first attack was.
Okay. So I'll just roll that normally then, because I don't know which one would have been first. 11 on the second hit.
11, he will dodge out of the way after taking the blow right to the rib cage.
I will offhand with my other fist.
Go for it.
18.
Absolutely hits.
Excellent. That's gonna be another 8 damage.
Or oof. Takes another blow to the rib cage and is just doubling over, trying to catch his breath. Severely injured.
You better get up! I'm gonna feed your throat to your friends!
Meanwhile, there's a banana for scale.
Yeah.
Can we roll pirate pissing his pants damage?
More likely to bleed out before that happens, but we'll see.
Emotional damage.
Anything else?
Really, actually, no, I'll hold for the moment. Oh gosh, I've been supposed to be doing 1d4 lightning damage on this too. So let me roll those quick. 8 more damage.
Oh.
Please give me it. Let me do this man damage.
You
Let me do it.
strike both of them, and as he's starting to get up, trying to heave, catch his breath, he starts to heft the chain, and then there's that pulse of lightning from both strikes, and it's enough to just cause his body to seize up.
I grab the front of his shirt before he falls.
He absolutely would just slump to his knees. The chain just drops to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But you have him in your hand.
Fantastic. He'll be walking. I'll just, after shouting that, start walking over this way.
Alright. That leads us to this bandit down here, seeing chain wielder go down. Henry looks pretty hurt, right?
I mean, he's got a solid chunk out of his health.
It's gonna go 15 feet up to at least.
Or die, Henry. I don't care which.
Both within range. 1 axe into Henry, 1 to Declan. Henry, that is a total of a 9. Into Declan, a natural 19, so a total of 24.
Yeah.
Roll 1d6 for 7 points of slashing damage.
Woohoo!
And then use the last of the. Just kind of move back into the trees. I get off my measuring tool. That's pirate gone. I'm gonna remove your initiative. Henry, you're up.
Can I get clear line of sight on the one that's engaged with Declan?
If you were to take a step up, you absolutely could.
So, like, hold on. I think it's this button? So here?
Yep, absolutely.
Alright. Bang to the one engaged with Declan, and bang to the one in the trees.
I am not super well versed in firearms of the Matthew Mercer. Do those require reloading?
I have the gunner feat. I get to ignore the reload property.
There's the reload property, but there's
The loading property.
If you're using the Exandra pistol, it's 4 shots before reloading, and if you're using a standard pistol with the gunner feat, you're fine because you can reload. You reload after every shot.
Not worried about it. Go for it.
Don't worry, I accounted for it. I was gonna just get a regular ability score, and then I went, wait, crap, I want to not worry about reloading, and I want to not worry about, being stuck in close range.
Fair enough.
11 gonna hit?
It's not.
All right, then one to the tree, one in the trees. 17 gonna
That
hit.
definitely does.
Metal.
Be kind
All
of
right.
crazy if it didn't.
That's 14 points of damage.
Nice. Got it.
Yeah, that's gonna be me for now.
Perfect. Alaric? I'm sure I keep pronouncing that wrong.
Oh, you're good. I think he's going to look at the bandit to the southwest, and he's going to kind of look up and go, "Not worth the run." He's going to flick his sword, and two of those embers on his sword will fly off, and he's going to cast Eldritch Blast.
Hell yeah!
Just like a good warlock.
Yep.
I love Eldritch Blast so much.
So at this level, it is 2 bolts. So the first one, normal roll. That's probably not going to work. 8. Okay. Second bolt.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. 23?
It's a little bit.
Okay.
These dice are super hot and cold.
Yeah, I know. It's like either awesome or eh.
6
All right,
points of
6
damage.
points of force damage.
Nice. Bloody.
Okay. And just for the fun of it, because I can do this a couple of times, as the bonus action, he's going to use Hidden Step and become invisible.
Okay. I know that says blind, but it's invisible.
Yeah. Yep.
Anything else? You have movement?
He may. I think he might have pulled a little misdirection because he is actually going to come up just a little bit here.
There we go. That's a better token.
Okay. Yep. That's it.
Right, Declan, back up. Top of round 3.
Yeah. Banana! Defend me! And the banana will come over and defend me. And by defend me, I mean punch this bandit pirate in the face.
It's bandit pirate. Absolutely hits.
Oh my, it must be so demoralizing for you to be bested by a piece of fruit. They need a saving throw.
Wisdom
As I-
variety.
Yeah. Oh,
Nope,
look.
that's a 2. Oh, wait. Forgetting that I don't have their stat blocks to put in. Nope, it's still a +0 either way. 6?
Have 6 psychic damage from the vicious mockery.
The force of the magic animating the banana would slam into them, and then even as they're reeling, that pulse of magic in their mind would just cause a scream of pain.
That's me.
Like blood just trickling down out of the nose, like out of the ears, just looks at you, absolute rage, and just is absolutely going to try to take 2 swings and try to take your head off. 15. Yeah, 15 for the first one, and 12 for the second one. I assume the 12 misses.
Yes, the 12 misses.
A whole 4 points of slashing damage.
Oh, I can almost see my own blood.
And then, like the bravest of warriors,
Gonna get double tapped on the way by. Banana first.
hits.
Just waiting to kill somebody with this piece of fruit. Not with rolls like that, Banana.
So close.
It's okay. I get to hit it.
But you get yours. That one is going to miss.
Not with that. Yep. Oh well.
Timothy, carrying one of theirs in one of your hands that is just body just slumped over and just bleeding out in a trail behind you.
Timothy, buddy, are you about to use this person's corpse as a weapon?
That's not called core for nothing.
Question: is this the person who I hit with arrows before?
No, that person is dead.
Oh, good. That was what I wanted them to be. Good for them.
Well, this one's gonna hit you with 2 axes.
It can certainly try.
Absolutely, he's gonna try. Not with a natural 1, however.
Ooh, I think we'll riposte on that.
Fair enough. Second one's
Yeah.
18.
Well, it's foil sport.
Unless you can do a pretty hefty amount of damage here.
Actually, hold on. You have a spell
Already
casted
used your
for
reaction.
reason. Oh, you're right. I did. I totally forgot. I only have one of those.
Listen,
you get
bards are like the only class that actively use their reaction for more than one thing.
Just to clarify, this one does not have silver barbs on it, or do they all have silver? Fantastic.
No.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna try and punch it. 12.
12, unfortunately.
All right. Well, it can try and hit me.
Axe just absolutely misses you, impacts the ground. There's a moment where you just see that opening, just a nice knee to the head, but she pulls back out of the way in time and catches you with the upswing of the other axe. For 5 points of slashing damage.
Just right across his chest and touch the blood. Oh, I'm gonna have fun breaking you.
Horrifying. 5, 10, and then 20 more. You get an
Attack of opportunity, please.
Oh, you used your riposte. You don't have reaction.
That is an excellent point.
Anyway. Banger
Absolutely
in the head.
in flee mode. Timothy.
And pursuit. I would like to chuck a motherfucker at another motherfucker. What would you like to roll to make this happen? As I change my grip from his, from the shirt to the legs and just start whirling like a hammer toss.
An unarmed attack is fine with me.
Okay.
Is it not an improvised weapon?
Not for Timothy. He's very proficient.
Improvise assumes I don't have tech. All right. Bob. Oh.
Boo! Whack him again!
That's under the body. It just goes soaring right over top of her.
Sees it go over for a second and then just hears behind him. You're still going head first into it! And so I'm gonna roll to attack with my second attack. 26.
Much better.
All right, cool.
That would be a crit Pathfinder.
Great. Not though, sadly. Gonna take the extra D4, so 13 damage.
Oof. Almost enough.
I'll bonus action that into a grapple.
Go for it.
So athletics. Yeah, make an athletics check or acrobatics against me, but get screwed.
I physically can't beat that.
Are they really almost dead? And can I just running bulldog them into their own friend's torso?
A individual as large as you, just missing first attack, landing the second one. A tackle is more than enough to do the last 3 remaining hit points.
Just smack him in the back of the head, grab him, just suplex up. I actually do 1d4 at the start of their turns, so they would have died probably anyway. Really, yeah, just suplex him back right into the other person.
The most gentle of friends is absolutely going in a frenzy to these pirates.
Kick to the head and just, who else wants on the pile?
Horrifying.
Point down at this fella right here. You're next.
They are fleeing with absolutely every ounce of strength that they have.
I'm going to do an attack of opportunity in that case.
Go for it.
Which I believe would be an advantage because he's still invisible. And because he is Warcaster, I'm going to go ahead and use Green Flame Blade.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to move him. I was trying to measure shit.
Your attack.
Hold on. Okay, so... Hold on. There we go. There we go. Okay, yeah, attack. Advantage.
14. Misses.
Of course.
I think that's the first attack that wasn't a natural one that you all have missed.
I rolled some 11s.
You rolled some, yeah. It feels like it's the first attack that you have all missed.
I'm sorry, my religion mandates to say green flame.
But yeah, that's done. Henry.
So the fleeing bitch thinks they can flee. In actuality, they are only 85 feet away from me. Pistol gets holstered, musket comes out.
Go for it.
This person thinks they are successfully retreated. Unfortunately for them, they are only 85 feet away.
But to show them the error of their ways.
It sounds like you're running with awfully a lot of confidence for someone who's still within range.
God damn it!
I was looking out for that one.
That's a misfire.
All right, it gets holstered. I'll fix it on the way back. Longbow.
Just a smoke.
Let's do this. I have multiple weapons.
So you, as part of the move action, you can, draw a weapon, but to draw another one would unfortunately take an action.
Fair enough. I've still got the pistol.
You.
All right, then I can try firing it. Hello, brain, work with me here.
It's disadvantage.
Disadvantage? All right,
So you're
I'll just
outside
roll
of the 30 feet.
I'll just roll another one. That's a 17.
Definitely hit.
It's 7 points piercing damage.
Very nice. Rifle may not be cooperating, but the pistol is still as accurate as ever. How do you have movement?
No, I'm good where I am.
All right. Oh, this guy's still right here. I think he's going to do. I guess not point blank because they're still a little bit distance, but gonna cast Eldritch Blast at the guy 10 feet from him.
Yep. Do you think you could target both? One with each bolt?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, let's do one bolt for the guy fleeing and one bolt from the guy right in front of him.
Absolutely. Go for the one right next to you first.
Okay. Attack. Normal. Okay.
Yep.
23. Okay. Damage from that. Normal. 11 points of force damage.
1 hit point left.
So a little bit of flavor. So a little bit of flavor on this one. He blasts this guy in front of him, and parts of him start to fall away, like glowing pieces of firewood. And he's going to use Accursed Spectre to raise his soul as a specter in the form of a burning skeleton.
Not evil at all.
Yeah. And just gonna quick post the stat block for that in the group chat for everyone. And then the other guy. Sadly, I can only make one specter. Normal. This guy!
Just dodging and weaving.
Just too far. But you got a specter.
Wins. Top of round 3. Can you stop the fleeing bandit?
Heck yeah, I can. And I'm going to.
That's what the others thought.
Yeah, but the others aren't.
Finish the word.
Hello? I'm sorry. Do you think you're getting away? Oh, not tonight, dear. Not tonight. Need a saving throw, please.
Just within 60.
Uh-huh.
A 14. That's a fail.
That is a fail.
Points of psychic. Nice. Still standing.
Okay. Well, not anything else I can do.
Timothy.
I mean, I could send the banana after, but it wouldn't get there in time.
You be the hero that we need.
Probably not. But
Bandit going to escape?
no, I didn't say that. Let me move up 30 here. And then he's going to huck something off his back. He is within range. For a trident. Except I can't stop measuring. Oh no. It's fine. I have a trident. I'm going to chuck it at him. Here.
With an 11.
I have another trident.
Also, it would be disadvantage because you're past your long range.
20. Oh. Worth it. Second attack. Come on. 18.
That will absolutely hit.
Alright.
Infinite RP. Thank you so much for the raid. Holy crap. Hi. Welcome. That's freaking amazing. Yeah.
Oh no, are we surrounded by people?
So many people.
So many people!
If you don't know who we are the Lost Caravan RPG. We do one-shots, mini-campaigns, long-running campaigns. If it's TTRPG, we pretty much do it all. We're playing a homebrew one-shot in D&D 5th edition. A bunch of privateers interrupting the workings of a group of pirates and mercenaries as they are mining in the midst of a very evil island. Thank you for stopping by. We absolutely love to see you. But Timothy, with a double 11 on a disadvantage on a trident throw, just a long bomb launch across the creek, however you pronounce it, into the bandit, who unfortunately is not escaping today.
As if they ever thought they were!
They had a chance, they had hope. But they would be impaled by the trident and would just go toppling.
RIP in pieces.
It's fun.
The minute we were out of initiative, Henry is just pulling the musket, pulling like his little like. I like to imagine he's got like a little bandolier of like just tools, and he's like, for fuck's sake, and is just getting to work on fixing the musket.
Our raid happened just in time for us to take a quick break post-combat. Going to give everyone a chance to stretch your legs, grab a drink, do what you gotta do, and we will be right back. I am going to roll the trailer for our friends, our new viewers, and then we'll be back in just a few. We'll see you soon. Enjoy the trailer. Welcome to the Lost Caravan RPG.
A haven for the lost, the worn, and the wandering.
Whether you only need a place to rest your soul,
or looking for a brand new journey, we welcome you.
You are safe within our ranks, surrounded by the friends you have yet to meet.
Some of you may be new, eager to take your first steps in the shoes of a hero.
Others are veterans of a war fought through generations.
Having played dozens of characters
and rolled hundreds of dice.
Either way, we can promise you will find moments of adventure and heartbreak,
as well as moments of tears and laughter.
Countless noble tales have been spun around our campfire,
such as Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, Lancer, and Locust.
We travel anywhere and everywhere,
exploring towering castles, desolate space stations, and haunted mansions.
We have a few roles if you decide to stay.
Treat each other with love, kindness, and acceptance.
We never judge on appearance, only on richness of character.
For as long as you ride with the caravan, you will never walk alone.
We work together to forge a better world for us, and for every traveler after we're gone.
So, take a seat, grab a drink, and listen to our tales.
When you're ready, we'll help you tell a tale of your own.
yeah, thank you so much for the follow. And I just want to reiterate one more time because I'm pretty sure I said it, but in case I didn't, thank you so much for the raid. Super appreciate it. Each and every person that comes by and gives us a chance to entertain them. Thank you so much. And our lovely moderator Dido did link it in chat, but if you like what we do and want to join us, we are casting for next month. We have a whole bunch of one-shots lined up. So if that sounds like something up your alley, or if you just want a bunch of nerds to hang around, you can join the Discord link there. And yeah, that's where we post all of our casting calls, all of our schedules, and also all of our cat pictures. So enjoy that, and we'll be back here in just a minute. welcome back. Where we had last left off, party had dispatched a handful of border guards around the edge of the mining facility, having not bought Henry's ruse, and one of them being attacked by a vicious banana. While certainly made plenty of noise, however, black powder weapons, the thunder step, and all of the shouting. Thankfully, or fortunately, possibly, there doesn't really seem to be much response from the rest of the camp. In fact, the individuals that you had seen moving about, busily working, digging deeper and deeper into this makeshift mine shaft, the sound of their labors has stopped.
Look, there's still time to turn around and forget this ever happened.
I would agree. Shall we press on?
I knew you were gonna say something like that.
I need about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I could accept a 2-minute.
Have a short rest or just a few minutes to catch our breath?
A few minutes to catch our breath.
Either.
I sent a private message.
Yep. Ooh, a thing. Oh, Greg. I mean, yay, everything is fine.
Yeah, why wouldn't be?
Yeah. Whatever is in this island, it stirs.
Oh, definitely time to go then.
But perhaps we should ensure that those within understand that they need to leave.
That just sounds like a horrible idea. I mean, unless they're not here by choice, in which case it's a wonderful idea.
By the way, probably be best if we tried to save them. It's the polite thing to do.
Exactly.
We can pretend.
All right. Did anybody besides Henry get hurt? Well, Henry and myself.
Not a scratch. Cat's saying the same for this one, and he'll gesture to the flaming skeleton that's floating behind him.
Well, that's not my job. Let's. Yeah, should be able to cast this at power level. Tails. Oh. So.
There it goes. Go ahead.
Is it mine?
That's gone now.
Oh. Okay, hitting, boom. Hitting Henry with one of these. Well, that's not how that's supposed to work at all. It's supposed to be 2d8.
Roll another d8.
Yep. There you go. You can have 9 plus 4, so. Or sorry.
It's 9 total.
Yeah, it's 9 total.
All right.
Did you not bring any of these?
I live on the edge.
Oh, wait. Muted. River. Say it again. Henry.
Yes.
I couldn't hear you the first time.
She said living on the edge.
Yeah.
We live on a boat, though.
Pardon?
Here. There you go. 6 more as I give you a healing potion.
Oh, thank you. I'm now in better shape.
Onward and upward? Upward and onward? Inward
Upward
and
and downward by
outward?
the looks of it.
Mine goes down, probably. So,
Into the depths.
with friends.
Stepping towards the center of the Mighty King, there are the couple dozen workers here that have all just stopped, have just kind of stepped off to the side, formed almost a welcoming path for all of you into the mouth of the dugout mine.
Are you sure that this is still a good idea?
Are you still standing next to me?
Also, we have a banana with us, so we're good.
Yes.
Barely hit anything!
A
Banana beat the
and
crap out of things.
A banana and a flaming wraith. I think we're fairly set.
I mean, the banana opened things up well. I don't know
Oh,
about
yes,
you.
it peeled those. It went against.
It's perfect for scale.
Henry is going to go into his jacket, go into a pocket that has previously not been seen, pull out a flask, and just take a swig out of it before putting it back into his coat. It's just like, fucking Christ, let's go.
It's good for potassium, too.
See, Henry remembers to bring alcohol, but not healing.
You fix an inside wound, you fix an outside wound with rubbing alcohol, and an inside wound with drinking alcohol. That's science.
Now,
What's that word again?
inside wounds should be dealt with surgery or the proper medical magics.
Or alcohol, if they're emotional. Which this is. One
Oh.
big emotional torment.
And he gives you a pat on the back. Don't worry, Henry. I'm here with you. Probably has a little bit of blood just still flecked across his face. And
I'm sure your one hand is just absolutely gore covered because you just by the throat.
Yeah, basically death gripping his whole. The arm he's patting you with is just still got bits of the armor and accoutrements.
So this is really kind of a welcoming committee.
That's a bad thing. There should never be a welcoming committee.
Would you all make another wisdom save throw? Alaric, you can willingly fail this.
Willingly.
No, I think he's gonna still try.
You said wisdom?
Really, he is actually proficient in these.
I am nothing if not consistent. I have rolled 11 twice.
Okay. Well,
Henry and Declan, the two of you, start to hear whispers coming from the mind. You just shut your mind down, you just shut it out, manage to block out the sounds until they fade away. Timothy, you are less capable at blocking out the sound. They are simply inviting you deeper into the minds, welcoming your strength, saying that your abilities are more than welcome. Fit in very nicely.
That's nice voices in my head.
Oh, you too.
Alaric,
Yeah.
I'm going to send you a message.
Is it a charm effect by any chance?
You don't know.
Onto you? No.
I'm not going to chance it anyways. Out of a different area of the robe comes a horrible looking thing. Looks like a bag with all kinds of sticks on it. Got just the thing before we go trudging into the depths. And begins to perform.
Are you playing bagpipes?
Yes.
Just for
I have no idea whether it will have any effect or not, but it is what I do. It's even a half good performance.
You're a bard, I sure hope so.
Okay.
Worse.
So the end of your next turn, any saving throws against being frightened or charmed will be made with advantage.
Absolutely wild.
Oh, I can keep playing.
You're going to play your way down into the mine shafts.
I'm crazy.
Getting very loud and now echoing around you all. Enter dugout corridor. Pass by chunks of hand-carved stone. Pass by parts of statuettes. At one time were probably beautiful, now have just been knocked over and shattered.
Oh, that's no way to treat art.
If any of you are proficient in religion, you are welcome to roll it.
Yep.
I go to look at my sheet as if I am, but I know I'm not.
No one takes religion.
So just for funsies, as we're walking, Alaric is going to cast one of his innate spells, because Furbolg, specifically Detect Magic.
Smart.
Yes. The answer to your question is yes. Everywhere. All of it.
Everything.
Okay. Well, it would seem the very stone is suffused with magic.
There was a bubble around the island. Something had to make that.
I was hoping it would reveal the presence of perhaps magical traps that would explode your tiny frame.
If there were traps here, they set them off with dynamite.
Gotcha.
They have been anything but subtle.
You never be too cautious.
What part of I
put
went
the
on an
bagpipes away
adventuring
at this
mission
point.
without healing?
But you have alcohol. You have
Yeah.
healing.
Emotional.
Emotional.
Yeah. Emotional healing, friend. Like hugs.
Or the emotional damage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm blaming you for most of it.
Or if you
Why do I always get blamed for everything?
versing,
Only those things, not everything. Some of it's Alric's fault.
versing deeper and deeper, you would hear the sounds of the individuals up above moving. A glance back would show you that they are simply standing there, mouth of the mine, watching you.
They're just standing there, menacingly!
You'd walk a good 120 feet before the sound of chanting would hit all of your low and hum. Many individuals, all in speaking some otherworldly tongue. If any of you sure, because very close. Infernal, yep.
I do not speak Infernal. I speak Common and Elvish. I am a human.
Infernal is just like an accent on Goblin, right?
Basically.
Yeah. So I speak Goblin, so it's pretty close. It's like an Italian trying to speak French. It's effectively the same thing.
It's same base language, but things got funnier along the way.
They're all from the same proto root, yeah. Just a few thousand years.
Heavens, you're gonna burn a spell?
I see a tongues spell there.
Hey, sometimes it's the off switch.
Chorus would be a hymn, a prayer. Not only giving thanks, but asking for assistance, asking for longevity and power. All in the name of Ball. Which, no check required to know the name of the demon, known as the Lord of Murder.
Why? Why do I keep ending in... If I had a nickel for every time I ended up at the bottom of a mountain with a cult, I'd have 2 nickels.
It's much, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
Correct!
Declan.
Was it a murder cult last time? Because it's a murder cult this time.
What was that about not going in the other direction?
Both Timothy, Alaric, two of you could hear that voice again call out, guiding you deeper into the circle.
The circle?
Did you do its invitation? Knowledge of saves that you may or may not have failed in the past? I will leave it.
I think oh god, I'm so tempted to do something so stupid. I don't think it. Okay. Alaric. He seems like he's in another place. Like, his eyes are looking at the scene ahead, but he seems a little out of it. He kind of looks at his spells and goes, "They're calling us."
Great.
You
What
hear
more
them?
reason to hang up and leave? We don't talk to telemarketers, and that includes demons.
And you want them to finish?
Look, if they keep their creepy religious ceremony here and kill themselves all off,
Do you think they've gone to all this trouble to just
I
give up
can dream, Ulrich.
and leave it to your dreams.
I am not what the industry calls a particularly brave man. Why do you think I work mostly in shadow?
And work from the shadow.
And
But
leave it to
we
us.
should kill him.
Where?
Then watch this. And Alaric will walk forward, making no effort to disguise himself or be stealthy. And he will announce loudly to those chanting. And what weak fool of a god would call to me and tempt me with needles in the mind instead of facing me like a true divine force? Face me or flee in shame.
Here at the bottom of the mine shaft, a handful of individuals. They look much different than the ones you'd seen upstairs, though their eyes completely blackened out. Make absolutely no movement to face you or respond to you. They're simply staring and chanting. Good 20-foot tall shard of 10-foot wide. Seated next to them, an individual who does turn, look at you. A fairly young turtle. Handful of scars along her face, down to the neck, along the shell. Gets up. Has a similar looking weapon to what Henry has. Call it a blunderbuss. Up over her shoulder. Same one that called me down here.
Your men are weak. I can only assume these are just as pathetic. We slaughtered your men, and those left let us go by as if we were royalty. Your time here is done. You can leave, or I will paint the walls with your entrails.
My men, weak. Yes. Me. It's much. Now, if you care to take a seat and listen, learn something. Otherwise, got no use for you other than your blood.
See, told you they were a blood cult.
Murder God. Which part of Murder God did I not say?
Sadly, little turtle, I'm spoken for. Eldritch Blast.
All right.
Oh, good. The violence is starting.
My favorite kind.
Are we gonna change the map?
Yes, but it blank. Why are you blank?
Also, website question. How do I get it to recenter?
What do you mean recenter?
Like, I'm currently, like, down in a corner, and I'd like to, like...
Right click and drag.
Ah.
Where's my map blank?
Why is the rum always gone?
Why is the rum gone?
Because
that's
gotten
my
to
fault.
it.
Okay, hold on. Give me just 1 second.
Technical issues. No one is immune.
Yes. But please do roll your Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast.
Okay, first ray. Normal roll. Guessing fork? No. That doesn't even get past the shell.
Nope.
$17?
It's a big nope.
Ah.
Turtles.
Because they usually have, 17 is their AC.
Usually.
Usually.
Oh no, do they have fucking god bullshit happening?
I know what you're talking
no.
about.
They have a big gosh dang shell.
This is why you support creators on Patreon. You just have a library of maps to fall back onto.
I'm a Smallbrook former college student.
That's fair.
The internet is full of people putting out wonderful content for free as well.
Heck yeah. Support everyone. Support content creators everywhere.
Support comes in many forms, sometimes simple as the social media shop. Sometimes in the form of blood sacrifice. So really, support your local creators.
I don't think this stream supports blood sacrifice, but it does support sending a message.
I do. I will accept it. I will answer. When the stars are right.
Support amazing people.
Where's the comic where it's like, the beacon has been lit, marketing calls for aid?
Okay. Should... I'm gonna send a strongly worded letter to someone.
Strongly worded letter to Foundry.
Okay, no, it's working. We're good. We're golden.
Are we?
Move. Hey.
There we go.
It had time to. It just had to think. It crashed like 3 times yesterday, so I will take whatever I can get. You would actually be up front. The rest of you in the back. And let's throw us all into some initiative. Answer.
Are we above? Are we like on a raised part of the room, or is this all one level?
If you are back in the tunnel, you're maybe like 5 feet up. The angle of the ascent.
Cool. Because the way the room is drawn out, I just wanted to make sure that these gray lines weren't level markings.
No.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right.
Let's see if we can roll better initiative than last time.
Oh boy. That's what he gets for being reckless, I guess.
Oh, did I get first?
No.
Timothy, you were at top of initiative.
All right, Toddy. He wants blood, I guess I'll give it to him. And I'll run in. Oh gosh, that's right. Oh, what? How dare you move away from me as I'm approaching? I can't beat your ass if I don't get closer.
Yeah, that was my bad. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a range of 10 because my arms are long. So yeah. Why don't you get punched?
Yeah.
You take this, thou foul villain.
Punch.
I'm going to rip the villainy straight out of your spine. 17 probably won't do it if I recall.
Slam into the shell.
Okay, well, I'll keep breaking it till I make turtle soup. Not with that roll either.
Oh.
Offhand attack, going for it. 22.
That hits.
Well, hey, that's something. Why don't you eat 5 damages just into the shell and just will like grab this thing. I'm assuming I'm like hitting they're turning to get the back, and will just grab part of the shell and just honk really hard with the elbow.
Yeah, first two impacts, no real effect. Third one managed to find a softer spot and actually crack into the shell a bit. Alright, are you good there?
Well, I doubt I will be in a second, but yeah.
Perfect. Henry.
Did I get the musket fixed between time we came over?
How long does it take you to fix it?
I think it usually takes me an action.
Yeah, then you're fine.
Alright, then he's gonna unholster that, and he's gonna try and crack a shot at the bastard. From where he is, because that's better for him. He's at disadvantage. I closed his character sheet because I'm an idiot fool. We're gonna do this. 26?
It's
yeah.
Eat 12 points of damage.
That is piercing damage.
Correct.
It would certainly make impact, but some of it is just shrugged off.
Well, too bad. You're gonna get another shot at you. As it loads. That's gonna be 22.
Also a hit. Heck yeah.
Another 12 points of piercing damage.
And not quite as impactful as you may have hoped.
Damage is damage.
Damage is. Any movement? Are you good where you are?
Henry is just gonna sort of stay where he is.
Declan.
For starters, we are going to go over to here. And then as a bonus action, we're going to tell the banana to get in there. Let's see. Banana was in my spot. Oh, banana can only get to there.
Banana is next to Timothy.
Yes. Banana is now next to Tim. But I, however, am going to probably regret this, but I'm going to try anyways.
Dexterity saving throw, huh?
Yeah.
There it goes. Failure.
Lit up like the sun.
Absolutely.
All glowy and pink.
This is gonna be fun.
And then, yeah, that's me.
Heck yeah. On her turn, she's going to just heft out the massive barreled weapon, point it in your general direction, Timothy, not necessarily at you. Barely take aim, just letting out this slow chuckle, and pull both triggers, unleashing an absolute wave of bullets and flame across what I think is going to hit all but one. Yeah, not even close to hit Henry. Actually, I think I have a cone template. Yeah. No, it's gonna miss Declan too.
Oh!
So Timothy and Lyric, will the two of you make dexterity saving throws, please?
Lovely.
Fine. 12.
Normal. 11.
10. 9. 8.
Both of you are going to take 13 points of fire damage.
Okay.
As soon
It's
as the
beautiful. But that's
flames
unbelievable.
start to die down, just reels up with the other hand into you, Timothy. A nice short range pistol. Seven. A 14 to hit.
No. No. No, you may not. No, you may not.
Absolutely going to sidestep it.
And it, are they using no? Sorry, what weapon was that with?
Pistol.
Interesting. Okay. I'll be dealing with that my next turn then. You may continue doing whatever you want.
All right. Couple things need to happen now. So, as a bonus action, Alaric is going to point his glowing blade at the turtle, whose shell seems to start to slightly smoke, and cast, well, not cast, but use Hexblade's Curse as a bonus action.
Very nice.
Then, as an action, gonna cast a more Eldritch Blast.
Advantage.
With advantage. Nice. Hack. Advantage. First ray. 18.
Will not hit.
Okay. Second attack.
That
21. Okay. So damage plus 3 because of Hexblade's Curse. So 9 points of force damage.
Oh, resisting that.
And then there's the matter of the Spectre. It is under Alaric's control. Going to use its 50 feet of fly speed to get up right in the grill of the turtle. And it is going to use its life drain attack.
Sure.
So that be with the bonus, it will be +4, so +7. 1d20 +7. No idea if this is going to help, but it is something. 20.
Also has advantage.
Does it hit? Okay, perfect. It's going to be 3d6 necrotic damage, and I'm also going to need a Constitution saving throw, please.
They are surprisingly good at those.
I will take that.
A 17.
Okay, so it still does take 15 points of necrotic damage, but its max HP isn't reduced by that much. And that is all she wrote.
Your turn.
Yep.
It's going to use a legendary action to just kind of flip the hand cannon around, rapidly reloading it, point it towards the three of you, and unleash both triggers again. Thank you, Dido, for the villain point. Dexterity save from the Spectre, from Timothy, and from Alaric.
Okay. Dexterity.
Take more damage, fine.
Ooh, okay. 17?
Yep.
Or
and the
Alaric?
Spectre.
Yep. Let me just check. Okay. So just for clarity, it is resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. Is the
Absolutely
blunderbuss? Gotcha. Thank you. 20 plus. Actually, decently dexterous.
They're ghosts. I would expect so. The natural 20 absolutely are.
I will take that.
Oh, right. Lee, thank you for the villain point. Let me roll damage for that. So it is 12 to Timothy and 6 to the 2 that save.
Gotcha.
But back to the top of round 2. Oh, and the banana. Will the banana make 2 dexterity saving throws, please?
Why, yes. Yes, the banana will. Oh, you mean you want me to roll them? Okay, right. Just have to look up what its dex save is. +2.
Health does a dancing weapon have?
It has 40.
Okay, so it's much of the PC. Got it.
Yep.
13
so
for the first one. And 6 from the second one. 19 total. But Timothy, you alright?
When I'm done with you, that pistol's gonna look like an extra tail coming out of your cortex, you overgrown Pragonechelus.
Actually, if we can save that, I'd like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and break it. But I hear you. I hear you on a player level. Unfortunately, I am going to try and destroy it. So, I'm a punch.
Punch it.
I just want to hit because I'm gonna try and make this.
That's cover now.
It has cover?
Punch it through an ally.
Oh no, I have 10 feet reach.
Right, but there's still an ally between you. I think that still counts as cover.
Would you like me to fix the situation?
If you would like to, so I don't have to look it up.
I mean, so in absolute fairness, the Spectre does have incorporeal movement.
And I think 5e you can go through an ally's space movement-wise, but
yeah.
But I don't think it's completely covered.
Yeah. I will literally. It's not a problem. I can use my move action. It's not. It's. I know. I'm still thinking of Pathfinder 2e right now. I'm like, should I use an action to step?
For anyone that's curious, a target benefits from cover from any attack if the effect originates from the opposite side of cover. Allies do count as cover.
That's why shooting into combat can be difficult.
Interesting.
I'm gonna get on the other side of this thing. And
problem solved.
What's your ruling on flanking, if I can ask?
Advantage.
I already have advantage. Okay, well I already have advantage because it's lit up like a Christmas tree. Still, right? Didn't lose that?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Fantastic. All right, hopefully this hurts. It's not a natural one. Non-natural one. Second one to go. Come on. 14.
Punching the shell twice.
God damn it, James. Cursing me. All right, offhand hit.
There you go.
22. Okay, disarming.
I gotta say, that's the third time you've rolled double numbers.
Yep. It's fine. It's cool. It's whatever. I don't care. I'm not hurt. Know what? Better yet, action surge. I'm gonna. Yeah. Action surge. It's gonna happen. That's no actions. I get. Let me roll damage, but this one is also going to be a disarming attack. So I'm gonna throw my superiority dice onto it. There is the thing, so I need to make a strength saving throw. Otherwise, that pistol is going onto the ground.
It is a 17.
And can you lose 2 of those? Or maybe 3, actually?
Well, it's a +0. I rolled a natural 17.
Fine. Alright. I'm gonna do some damage. It gets a extra 1d8 from the hit. 8 damage.
No resistance.
And action surging, so there's going to be 2 more of these hits.
Go for it.
Fresh roll, come on. 17
Yeah,
is
there we
going to
go.
do some damage. Fantastic. Okay. Also, I have a little feat here called Crusher. So I can move it 5 feet to non-occupied space if I wanted to.
Oh.
Do I want to, though? Would it benefit? Does anyone need any better line of sight?
I would like some.
Yeah, why doesn't it move, here, 5 feet down, just to this spot? Fantastic. I'm gonna try and smack it a second time.
13.
Bonus, I don't have another bonus action, do I? No,
Nope.
just another action.
We got 6 attacks this round.
So it's 6 attacks. I could do more. I could do so much more if I could actually roll. Okay. So let's actually do some damage for that second one. Can I do anything else?
Sonic thing still up?
No, it's not. It only lasts a minute, and I don't get it back until long.
Just a second.
Yeah, no, I wish to. Thank you, though. It's not holding any other weapons, is it?
Yeah, one in each hand.
Oh, fantastic. I'll try and disarming attack that one as well. So another strength save, please.
11.
That's on the ground.
What did you roll for the first time?
19.
Yeah, you rolled a 19 first.
Right.
First go.
So the first weapon you went for, she was holding a hand cannon and a pistol.
Is the hand cannon two-handed?
No.
Okay.
I'll smack. So the first one went for the pistol because I mentioned that. Second one will go for the hand cannon.
The hand cannon's on the floor.
All right, perfect. And the damage is going to be an extra d8. So 9 damage because I am rolling low. Very, very low.
Still bloodied.
And it can move another 5 feet south from the head.
Gotcha.
Hopefully that's a clear enough shot for you.
Henry.
It's a perfectly clear enough shot. Bang bang, motherfucker.
Go for it.
And it's at advantage. Good, great. We love that for me.
Mm-hmm. Percy it up.
It's
23. Seven piercing damage, which is not great, but damage is damage.
2.
Second hit is going to be a 20.
Also hits.
That is 15 points of damage.
7 more. Been pretty rough.
And is giving the bird a free action.
Yes.
And I'm looking to twirl the bird.
She just absolutely laughs at that. Very joyous, non-malicious type laugh.
I'm sorry, how many bullets have I put through you?
Not enough.
Just wait.
Declan.
Oh! The banana is going to flank with Timothy. So, banana will move to here. And the banana will take a swing.
I hope
Alright,
you all know
this
that on
is,
some level, every time the banana is brought up, the banana phone song just plays in my head.
It's peanut butter jelly time.
So as much as the
peanut butter
dancing
jelly
sword
time.
may have an attack of opportunity, it still does not count as a.
Yeah, so the 25 hits.
25 hits, yeah. It wouldn't matter. You have advantage anyways.
Yeah. Well, that's why I rolled.
I was thinking of
the
flanking.
second one.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
Oh, come on, banana.
4.
Damage is damage.
Exactly. Oh, and that's force damage too.
Yeah,
so
no
just-
resistance.
And then yeah, we're just gonna save our no, we'll let's see, action. Yeah, sure. We'll throw a vicious mockery at it. Oh, your shell's not really all that hard, is it? I mean, it looks kind of flimsy from here.
Soft shell, if you will.
Soft shell
Wisdom
portal.
save.
Uh,
9 total.
That is a fail. So 4 points of psychic damage.
Nice.
And
Imagine
that
if
is
this mockery had more than a D4 to its name.
yeah.
All right. Well, no longer having the hand cannon facing down Timothy, still absolutely laughing with glee. She's going to reel back, open her turtle mouth, and try to snap down onto you. You haven't used your action yet. That's a natural 20. I believe you are within Silvery Barb's range.
Yes. We are definitely silvery harvesting that.
I don't think that would. Oh, reroll the 20. Sorry, for some reason I was like, oh, you can't really.
I feel bad. I'm gonna re-roll that. Okay, now it's only 23.
That's still gonna hit, but
That would be the second time since I have been streaming, that I've been hit with a Silvery Barbs and rolled 2 natural 20s. But I feel bad, so I re-rolled it, and instead it's a 23. Five, 6, 11 plus 5 is 16 points of piercing damage, as you are nommed down by this turtle's bite.
Nom.
yeah, not enjoying
Yum,
this.
Going to like it much less the second time. I don't know if you're gonna like it more or less. No.
I mean, I don't know. What's Timothy into?
It's an 11 total.
After that, 9.
Okay, I got you, boo.
Still up. Still fighting. How sort of was that supposed to hurt?
Going to just step over to the side, just kind of feet sloshing along the water that is slowly starting to fill the room. Looking you in the eyes, Timothy, grinning, and in a voice low enough for really only you to hear. Going to make a fine addition. Know that?
I'm going to drink your guts out of your own shell.
Haha.
And then wear you like a hat.
That's the spirit.
Oh, neither of those hit.
Right. Bonus act. Well, no, not bonus action. Gonna go ahead and cast more Eldritch Blast.
For it.
Bang, bang, bang!
Okay, and this is still at advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
So you may want to move first.
Oh, am I in? Oh, yeah, fair enough. Use my movement. I'm not shooting my own cool on fire skeleton.
Perfectly clear shot.
Okay, advantage. First ray.
No.
15 is not going to do it. Second ray. 20.
That one will.
Okay. Bonus plus 3. Normal. I will take that.
That's a big hit.
Then we come to the Wraith. Gonna come right by... I think it's gonna float behind the turtle.
Oh, I think the Wraith actually... It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, like, honestly, most DMs I've had, and including myself, just have it be, like, right after.
Works for
Anyways. Yeah. Yeah. And then it will do the Death Pokey Poke Life Drain. So...
A highly technical term, death pokey poke.
Oh, yeah. And this is also at advantage, I believe.
Yep.
So first roll.
Natural 20.
Hey.
That's okay. All right. That's okay. Fair enough. That is 66 necrotic damage.
Hey guys, just had a thought. Should we really be killing the worshipper of a murder deity?
Yes.
Isn't that like what they want?
Not necessarily.
They want to murder in the name of their deity.
I'm murdering the name of me.
Spectre
25 points of...
just reaches out, touches the turtle, and his shell and flesh just dry up and start turning to dust, deteriorating underneath. She just lets out one last laugh. You're in for it. Good luck.
I'm just glad I picked a Hexblade.
Avengers style crumble in.
Fantastic.
The rest of the worshippers, they're chanting, come to a stop. The entirety of the room just goes silent.
Rest of you, out.
Absolutely.
Alaric will, like, go up to one and, like, clasp him on hand. Do you not hear me? Get out of here!
Hey guys. What per se happens when you murder the archpriest of a murder deity?
Everyone goes out for sandwiches and beer afterward.
Henry's gonna go over. First of all, he's getting that goddamn blunderbuss. He is grabbing that thing, and her pistol if he can get both. And he's gonna sort of look around the room and go, "Please tell me you're not worshipping us now." Yeah. Ask a stupid question, I get a stupid answer.
For two of you, this would be bad to fit.
Hey, that counter thing, was that still going?
Oh.
Okay.
That lasted for a single turn.
Yeah.
Of course.
It is.
Alright, he's ready for PvP combat, baby!
Alaric and Timothy, that pillar of obsidian, is absolutely radiating light. Is beacon in darkness. Object of a desire that neither of you knew. A very giving, very benevolent emotion. Force would to reach out towards the both of you, holding its hand, promising every ounce of power you could ever want, every single bit, destiny, anything, whatever your mind can conjure. It's not only accepting, promising.
That nice big obsidian piece, it's now got a window right through the middle of it.
Sure.
It was like,
Can we leave? They're staring at the weird obsidian thing, and I don't trust them.
But just put a window in it.
Can we leave?
Yeah.
is it like actually like a hand
It's a literal window. Like, oh.
There's a window in it.
Yes, but the call remains the same, right? And we gotta get closer to it.
No evil mentioned behind it. You are in fact not even. There is no compulsion. It's legit asking.
And you bring the dead back to life?
Deep rumbling of a voice that all of you could just say, "Love."
Let's not and say we did.
Good idea. And I pulled out the bagpipes and I'm gonna pipe us out the mine. Come along, everybody, we're leaving!
Yeah, that's fucking Henry's leaving. He's like, nope, screw this. Absolutely not.
Who was she, Alric? Or them? Sorry. Or soon.
Oh boy. So, with the response he got, Alric is gonna like smile brightly, just go, I took you for a liar. The dead are dead.
Is your folly. I offered life, chance, part of something. Wonder.
I have my own path. I need no god to hold my hand.
Was you asking what I want? Oh, I just want you to go away and stop bothering my friends, making them all upset.
Obsidian shard start to crack.
And not just somewhere else. I mean, like far away. Maybe just stay out of this material plane for a bit. Few millennia.
Cracks continue spiderweb further up down the shard until there are giant flakes that are just sloughing off, landing on the ground, shattering. Cultists around it, like absolutely no movement whatsoever.
What's the structural integrity of this cave as the obsidian starts to shatter?
We're about to find out. From up above you, the two of you closest to the tunnel hear something hitting stone. Again, getting slightly louder and louder each and every single time it does. And turning out to look, you would see wooden barrels with part of it glowing very faintly, a fuse-like pattern.
Yeah, we're leaving.
Oh, that one's real easy. I've got this. And, yeah. Because, this is me. Boom. I'm just going to throw this basically right back up the tunnel ahead of me.
Yeah. Absolutely go the 15 feet back up and then absolutely explode in a deafening explosion. Followed by one further up and one further up. Again and again, more and more explosions going off, a near chain reaction up the tunnel behind. What would you all like to do?
Run.
Yeah, I was just saying, is the tunnel about to cave? Because we're running.
Absolutely. It is in the process of caving on you.
Yeah, we're running. Let's run, please.
Yeah, Alaric is gonna grab Timothy and...
No, I'm running. Huh? Oh.
Well, no, like, he's gonna grab him and then thunderstep as far as he can out the tunnel.
Okay. So I'm going to give you all a skill challenge, which, Alaric, your first success will be to simply cast Thunderstep. What is the distance of Thunderstep?
It's actually pretty crazy. That is 90 feet.
Does it require you to see the other end?
Teleport yourself to an unoccupied space you can see within range. So, like, as far as he can see down the tunnel.
Do you have dark vision?
He does not. He's a furbolg.
So you can see as far as a lantern extends that any of you might be carrying.
It would be a bullseye lantern, which would
I think it's 60 feet.
60 feet?
Yep. The two of you could absolutely go up 60 of the 120 feet.
Can do.
Timothy, if you would like, I can call that a success for you for this turn as well.
That works for me, yeah.
Declan and Henry, the two of you are left down below. Make any skill you're proficient in. You can spend spell slots.
Hang on. I started leaving even before the barrels started rolling. Because I basically grabbed the blunderbuss and was like, I'm leaving. I'm not even dealing with this.
I'll put you 20 of the 120 feet up.
Alright. I'll make an athletics question mark?
Absolutely. You're just bowling your way through rubble that has started raining down on you, chunks of rock. No problem. What's your speed?
30. I'm only human.
So you are now 50 feet up. Just absolutely forcing your way through the rubble that's trying to collapse onto your head. Declan.
Oh, Declan doesn't like roofs falling in on him. That's not fun. Declan will use. Give me a second. I know it's here. Find it. There it is. Oh, and it can be large. Excellent. Declan already playing. I am going to. I am creating a stone archway, large sized, over part of the hallway to, support where it's started to, explode.
Yeah, so that would take up four spaces if it's large.
Yes.
Yeah. That's at least going to give you enough space to go 20 feet up.
Like on my floating banana.
Assuming that you're putting it just like right in front of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're absolutely 20 feet up the 120-foot path. Your loyal banana right behind you. Second round. Ulrich, Timothy, the two of you are up top. Let's the two of you go first.
Okay. I don't. I'm going to go ahead and guess I can't intimidate the island into
Not so much.
giving me foothold. Okay, fair enough. I don't really have a whole lot of skills to use, and I'm out of spell slots. Investigation to like figure out, I guess, where the rocks would be falling and kind of avoid them.
Absolutely, go for it.
Okay.
Find the pattern.
Find pattern. Yeah.
See the code.
Basically.
13. I think that does it, but I'm gonna double check DC. 13. Yeah, you're fine. Barely, but you're fine.
I'll take that. I will take that.
What's your speed?
30 feet.
So you are up 90 of the 120. Timothy. You're muted.
Playing on. Anyway, we're still furthest ahead, yeah?
You're 60 feet up.
And our closest allies are how far up?
Ulrich is 90 feet up.
Well,
and
yeah.
Closest behind you is Henry, who is 50 feet up.
I'm gonna hold my action until the other two go.
Absolutely. Henry, that puts you next.
Can I make another athletics run?
Fortunately, it has to be a different skill.
Okay. Then acrobatics and/or investigation? No, acrobatics.
Yeah. Quickly contorting and twisting your body so that you are dodging the rubble to the best of your abilities.
Less great, but still better than nothing.
And is unfortunately a failure.
Ow.
You are near the midway point. That is 8 for 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
And that brings us down to Declan.
Reaches in, pulls off a patch, and activates it above their head as a rowboat forms, Jack Sparrow style, and banana, help me! And the banana has an 18 strength. So
Insanity.
the banana just like is, oh, and because I'm within 10 feet of the banana, my speed actually increases by 10 feet.
Sure,
so
why
I
not?
move 40 feet. It's part of the banana's irresistible dance I've been forgetting to do it the whole time. It can slow you down by 10 or increase people by 10.
This may be the most insane ability I have ever seen.
So the banana is basically at the front of the rowboat, like doing all the heavy lifting, while Declan is just kind of basically holding up his end and, kind of moving forward.
Yeah. Are you... call it an Arcana check, I suppose? I wouldn't call it performance because you're a bard.
Performance?
Yeah, why not? Just dancing to the music as your dancing weapon is following on behind you. A 13 is a success, if just barely. You are now 50 feet up, catching up to Henry, who unfortunately got slammed by a few falling boulders and wasn't able to quite make much headway.
Henry, can I offer you a spot under the boat?
Sure.
It's a 12-foot long rowboat.
Sure.
Banana's at the helm, though. Just so you know.
Timothy.
I'm gonna go and grab a hold of that boat and start helping run it. Wait till they to run back a little bit, grab back into the boat, and just start.
Go.
Move! Come on, friends!
I don't think you've used athletics yet.
Oh no, I haven't done anything yet.
Done anything? You had a free ride.
I had a free ride, and now I'm gonna take this boat out. I'm not gonna roll a 1. Hell yeah, I'm not gonna roll 1. That's a 25.
101 ways to escape a collapsing tunnel.
All of you are brought up to 80 feet. Just right behind the leader, Alric. And that brings us to round 3. The damage is higher, the DCs are higher. Still at the head of the pack, Alric.
So here's a question. Would Alaric be able to, like, as he's running Eldritch Blast the boulders that are coming down from him?
Absolutely. Make your attack roll.
Okay. Attack roll. Normal roll. That's probably not going to do it.
You managed to hit a few of them, but there's just too many. They're too large. And unfortunately, some of them do manage to come rolling down, slam into you, and keep you from any progress. So, +6 for 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof. Okay.
And
I'm guessing there's no way that the Wraith can, like, push me from behind.
Fortunately not.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Since all of you are at an equal spot in the track, I will leave it up to you who wants to go first.
Let me check what skills I got. I would like to make a rationalization for my intimidation check to work because I'm at the back of the boat and I would like to spur them on.
Yeah.
Henry, if you don't pick up your legs, I'll beat you over the head with them.
Absolutely.
I will attach in my own knees and show them how they really work.
They do.
10.
You almost only rolled 13s or 10s. Unfortunately, not quite the motivational speech that you were hoping, as boulders just come barreling down past Declan, past Henry, and just cut you in the rib cage, feeling the crack underneath of them. 1 + 1 for 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Doesn't even. I don't think that even registers as a hit.
Fortunately, no movement from Timothy. Declan or Henry?
Can I do a strength-based performance check as I am in the middle of this and thus not quite, like, doing as much effort as I can, but, like, to pretend that I am? Like, I'm still holding the boat up, but there's not a whole lot I can do.
You've put in the motivation. Go for it. Also, there's a dancing sword there, so you could just kind of bop along with the sword.
Yeah.
Or dancing banana.
Oh, it's a dancing banana. Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah!
Absolutely.
23!
Your motivation, you just get right up behind Timothy and just push the two of you up ahead. Yeah. It's going to move you up 30 feet. That's going to bring you to 110 of the 120.
40. Everybody who's within 10 feet of the banana gets an extra 10 feet of movement.
Then you are out. You are at the end, managing to make your way out of the cavern.
Hell yeah! Woo!
Oh, I'm so proud of us friends.
This was the strangest thing!
Especially
And as a bonus action, mass healing word for everyone!
You still have one in the tunnel. Alric. You can see the end. The boat passes by you as you are fighting off the boulders that just slammed into you. What to do?
I think he's going to keep trying to blast away.
Fortunately, it has to be a different check than what you've rolled.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Ooh. This is going to sound very weird. Can he intimidate himself in order to just push through those?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. I can live with that.
4 of you come bursting out of the tunnel as behind you it is just a plume of smoke and rubble that just comes shooting out past you.
Yeah, Alric in the tunnel is just like, I will not die like this! And just...
Area around the mining shaft is completely void of signs of life. There's no one here. For the well over a dozen workers that were here, not here, are missing. Jungle is quiet. Island.
Right then, let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh, absolutely.
Remember to pick up fruit for the centaur.
Already got a bunch.
Perfect. All that.
That's a terrible pun.
Plus banana.
The 4 of you would march your way back up, following the path you took, eventually leading back to your own little escape ship, your own little long ship. Timothy, that's not what that's what with your 2 strong ones at the oars, start rowing your way back out your ship. Henry and Declan would make perception check, please.
I can do those. One 6.
Give the island one last glance, seeing what was definitely not a plume of smoke before. Now almost looks like a plume of smoke out of the top of that mountain, being illuminated really only by moonlight. You both also see Man o' War. Its anchor lifted, its crew hoisting the sails. Very stubborn turtle, a new patch of scars, standing at the helm of the ship.
Banana. You know you want to. Go punch a hole in it.
Make it to your own ship, no problem. Crew already, hands on deck, sail lifted, ready to catch the wind. If you leave now, you'd have a pretty decent head start. Banana just soars across the water towards the ship.
It has 30-foot fly speed hover.
saying goodbye to your banana companion. Your ship departs, leaving the brave soldier to face down a volley of rifle fire.
Superman.
Oh. Why'd you have to use that?
Jesus!
Why?
Banana Man.
Oh no.
One of the peels just opens up as it is riddled with lead ball fire, eventually dropping to the water. The peels just reeling back as it sinks. Just get a thumbs up that slowly sinks down.
You're making me feel things for a banana. What the heck?
The best of us. It really was.
Wait, what about Gerald and Stuart?
Oh, they were
They're
right
in the
behind
boat.
you. Yeah.
Yeah!
But what is sure to be a merry chase across the seas is unfortunately a journey for another time. That is going to have to put a pin in it. I did not know that we needed that much banana in our lives, but apparently
Maybe we're all potassium deficient.
Apparently. I do want to get
maybe the real banana warriors were the or maybe the real friends with banana warriors who came along the way.
Hey, you're the one who said there was there were bananas on the island, huh?
I do
I
want to
asked for
give
fruit.
a massive thank you to everyone that came to watch the stream. You all are amazing. We love you so very much. Cannot do this without the support that you give us. Thank you. Thank you. If you like what we do, you can find the link to our Discord down below, where we hang out. This is where we post our casting calls. The schedule for June is going to come up very soon. So if you're interested in joining us, please do join the Discord, fill that out. Would love to roll some dice with you. But you are definitely tired of hearing me talk, so I'm going to pass it over, let my cast once again tell you who they are, and if you're working on any projects people go check out, let them know. We'll start again immediately below me, Kyle. The Banana Mage himself.
Yeah. We're gonna have to lift that one up or down, whichever way it goes. I am Kyle, also known as Shadowhawk around the internet. I am mostly found here at the Lost Caravan, in one-shots and in the afternoon Lancer game on Sundays. However, I do have some stuff in the works, which maybe I will be able to let people in on in the next little while. But we'll see how that goes.
So mysterious. Fair enough.
Ominous, even.
Very. Alright. Pass it over to Turk.
Alright, hey everybody, I am Turk or Turk Accented on Twitch and Twitter. I was, of course, playing your best friend Timothy. And if you want to see more of me and the things I do,
Here's a
then,
kitty.
then you can check me out. I'm ending my 2-week-long streamed back-to-back streams with a great weekend. Saturday, I'll be over on Neon Lights Roleplay, playing Frozen Rain, which is a Lancer campaign that I run. To return to Favorite Hoop early in the morning. You can get back at me with Corruption from Within, the other Lancer campaign. On Tuesday, I'll be over on TVK Roleplay, Oathsworn and Odyssey of the Dragon Lords campaign, which is Greek mythology and epic heroism style D&D. It's really great. Players are all absolutely amazing. There's a bunch more stuff coming up in June, and just check it out on screen. Thank you to everyone. Everyone you see here should definitely give them a follow, see what more they do. Keep it locked here on to Lost Caravan because I'm certainly sticking around for more stuff, and try and jump in on a game or two. But beyond that, of course, if you haven't already, go check out the itch bundles for Buffalo and reproductive rights. Both should be opening up soon. The reproductive rights one is still fundable, of course. It's raised a bunch of money, but let's see how much we can do. And then, of course, the bundle for Buffalo is, I believe, just stopped taking game submissions. So be on the lookout for when that gets fully released. And just a reminder, don't let tragedy be the only time you put kindness out into the world. And, go be the change you want to see. But that's too much out of me. Thank you all so much one more time. I'll pass it back.
To Steve.
Hey, I'm Steve. I played the Hexblade, who was kind of tempted for half the game behind the scenes by the god of murder, apparently. I do apologize to the DM for not turning turncoat. If I were literally any other character, I probably would have leaned into that. But he's a warlock. That's no room for two.
I passed the opportunity. I did not simply. I gave the ability for you to set your own scenes and not telling you how the scene plays out for you.
Gotcha. Anyway, I lurk in various Discord servers. I'm also on Twitter under Steve Schwa91. I'm also on TikTok under Steve Nature and Nerdery. I also have too many projects because, undiagnosed ADHD. But the one I work on most is something called The Gorman's Guide to Goroba, which is basically a fantasy food D&D supplement, because I was kind of tired of the usual tavern fare always being ale, bread, stew, and meat on a bone. So it'll not only be incorporating fantasy food a la Dungeon Meshi or Konosuba, but also actual European cuisine from different regions.
Heck yeah, that sounds amazing. All right, well, joining us on your first ever live stream here in the caravan, I want to again say thank you so much for joining us. You were an absolute pleasure to have in the game.
Thank you.
And please, take it away.
Hey, I'm River. I can be found on Twitter at DreamsRebel. I am like the rest of these accomplished people, do not have any noticeable projects coming up, at least none that are published. But I will say, in a couple of months, I do work with a theater company called Worlds Elsewhere that is hoping to do online theater, and they do have a play coming out soon-ish. They don't have an exact date for it, but the YouTube is Worlds Elsewhere, all one phrase or two phrases. So be on the lookout for that. And they do great work. And I believe they're raising money for trans youth. And my one of my other friends is doing a walk for food banks in Ohio at Catherine Duffy. And if you could throw like $10 her way, that'd be lovely. She's essentially doing a walk that is the walk that the hobbits do in Lord of the Rings, trying to get the ring. They're hoping to raise $1,000. I think it'd be neat if they raised more.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, that's all I got.
You don't have any projects yet, but if you stick around all these lovely people, you'll just naturally be drawn into projects.
Hire me. I'm very, very low maintenance.
Of course, I am Andrew, your games master for the evening and for most evenings, with this lovely bunch of nerds. We get to roll some dice, tell epic tales as we do, and I want to say thank you to all of you for being here, for telling this amazing story in all of these one-shots that we just throw together, and the cast and crew always just picks up whatever story I happen to roll their way and they just run with it. So thank you all so much. Kill it as always. We really don't have many games left this month, so please do go check out the casting call. We are seriously at the tail end of choosing schedule for next month. And yeah, be awesome, great to each other with love and respect, and we have to trade. Pistol shot. Hey. Alright, with that, we'll bid you all a goodbye, a good night, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.